We are going to bring our next guest on. This is segment 4, our final stretch. So we're going to take just a minute and let everybody get resituated and logged in. And let's get this here. Diana, I will have you pulled up here in just a moment. I want to make sure I got all the parts and pieces. Let's see if this is, we're going to get ourselves here. Make sure that we are live and get over here as we get settled in for our final stretch. There we go. I want part 4. Part 4, final stretch. All right, we're going to get ourselves situated. We're going to pin this post. We're going to open up the chat. And I am excited to be able to introduce to you all as I bring up Diana. I'm going to get you here in just a moment. Beautiful. I'm trying to look for, here we go. Good morning.
Hi, Elena. Good morning. Good morning from South Africa.
You look amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. What time is it where you are?
11 a.m.
11 a.m. Okay. I
Yeah.
wondered. I didn't know what our time difference was. So
About 6 hours.
about 6 hours. Okay, not too bad. It's
Not
not
too
as
bad.
much as I thought. So you know what I would love, because I
Mhm.
actually remember this from the last time you were on the Christmas in July. Can you open us up with some prayer?
Okay, let's do this. Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, Spirit of the living God, you are holy. You are holy, O Lord. You said this is the day that the Lord you have made. We're going to rejoice and be glad in it. Father God, I pray for this platform. I pray for the founders of this platform. I pray for connectivity. I pray for everyone that is watching, that is listening, so that everything that is said on this platform is for your glory, because we are just the vessels. Father, we thank you. We honor you. We bless you. We glorify your name in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Thank
Got
you
me
for
off
that. Thank you for that. And so you have an amazing story,
guard. Mhm.
and it goes back, like we've connected on many levels, and we really speak of women and the healing and the breaking through and the mariposa effect. So for our message of hope and inspiration,
Mhm.
I just want to give you the platform and allow you to share your message.
Thank you so much. Elena, when you connected with me, when we started talking, we realized that we have a mandate. And this mandate has been given. And as long as we are not finding it and we are not doing it, we'll never ever get the job satisfaction. We can do everything, but as long as we don't find the reasons why we are here, we won't be happy. Hence, we are here bringing hope to the hopeless. We're bringing healing to anyone that is hurting. My story goes back to 1995. Highly pregnant, expecting a baby girl, thinking about all the good things, buying clothes like any other parents. Within one day, things just changed. I was a businesswoman. I owned 2 businesses. I had my own 9 to 5 job. I had a house. I had a family that I was running. I had 3 people that were dependent on me in the form of salary. In one day, things just changed, whereby I suffered initially preeclampsia, and finally it was eclampsia. For the benefit who don't maybe understand what I'm talking about, or they hear the word for the first time, I just want to indicate that it's elevated blood pressure while you are pregnant. It confuses the entire system in your body. You end up fitting. And they say one woman in, is it 6,000 would make it. So I was one of those lucky one women. It just took me by surprise. It took my doctor by surprise because I had seen him a day before that happened. The good part is that I wasn't very far from hospital. I was rushed in hospital. I was already drifting into a coma. When I arrived, when they checked me, by God's grace, the midwives of yesterday knew exactly what they were doing. Even though the doctor was not there, they would be able to temporarily diagnose and start administering what they think is of urgency. And they would contact your doctor to come and confirm. By the time my doctor arrived, I was already out. I was not, I could just hear that there are people who are talking around me, but I was confused. I was already getting deeper into coma. Fast forward, they rushed me to the theater without even getting a consent, because the situation was so dire that if they could just waste 1 minute, I may die.
Wow.
So they rushed me. They performed an emergency cesarean section. Then beyond that, when they have relaxed and said, wow, we managed to save her and save the baby, they always say, hell broke loose. My blood pressure became uncontrollable. They administered whatever they were trying. They brought every specialist that was in that vicinity to assist, but it went higher and higher by the day. And I was drifting from coma out, in and out for weeks.
Wow.
To the level where the cesarean section, where they performed surgery, became septic. It was not healing. There was forever some oozing of pus, blood, and everything. So they kept on taking me back to clean and resuture. It couldn't heal. They take me back. I went there 4 times. And the skin, my stomach skin was becoming necrotic, tight and tough, thick. It was not healing. And to the level where one good day, I was like, I think I was half there, half not. I could hear them getting so frustrated around me. They come there, everybody saying, I did this, I applied this. Did you try this? Did you try that? But look at the results. The machines were like making all the noise around me. And I could hear that they're getting frustrated. And among those doctors, there was this doctor. You know, he would always be calm when everybody is so frustrated. He would always be calm. And he will always hold my hands to make sure that I'm there, I'm calm. So after a certain time, he looked at me. You know, they wear all the masks, and you can't even tell, but unless you know somebody, that this structure or this body belongs to a certain person. So he held my hand. He said to me, you know what? If ever you hear what we're saying here, can you just make a sign that we realize that you are here?
Mm.
Can you do it? Can you just do it for me? He called me by my name, Diana, just do something. I think I just moved a little bit of one of my fingers. And he made that noise that, yes, 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 she can hear us. She can hear us. And from that moment, every day he would come in and say to me, by Friday, you must be out of here, back to the normal ward. Afternoon, when he goes home, he said, I'm going home, but my phone is here. They will call me, should there be anything. Tomorrow, when I come in, you must be out of here. You know, I think I stayed there for, if I still remember about, because something that is traumatic, it shocks you, you end up blocking certain things. But I think I was there for about 2.5 months,
Wow.
in and out, in and out. They would put me in a normal ward. After 2 days, I become so critical that they rushed me to ICU. So at one point, he came in and said to me, you know what? I am aware that you become anxious. That's the reason why you are not really recovering that fast. Can you just be quiet a little bit? We have everything under control. I'm here. And from that moment, that's where they call transformation, the renewal of your mind. I started being positive because the thing that I realized that made me anxious was that I was worried about my businesses. I was worried about my children. I was worried about everything that I left. Remember, I had a daycare for children with special needs. And the only way they can manage them is when I'm there to help them manage them, because I'm their therapist. They were support systems. So I was worried about that. So fast forward, I want to bring the issue of loss now. I'm home. Strict conditions to stay in bed because my blood pressure is still so fluctuating. And I'm forced to close the daycare. I'm forced to close my coaching. I'm left with 9 to 5 job. Because of the period, now the days have been reduced. I'm getting part payment. I can't afford to pay my creditors. I can't afford to pay my house. I can only afford so little for the basics of the family. Comes a knock. You owe us. Sign here. The following day, somebody comes in. We are coming to reprocess. Now I'm getting worse instead of getting better because I'm anxious about what is happening around us. I can tell you that within the period of 4 months, I had lost my furniture. I had lost my car. I was now at the mercy of the housing company. But I can tell you, I ultimately lost my house. They repossessed everything. What do? Go to the street? You have 5 kids around you with plus a premature baby. What I did, I went to my original home, kilometers and kilometers away from my workplace. Left my children there because I had to come back and start working. Now, the issue of hope comes in. There is a scripture that says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. That's where application came into be. I started realizing that, you know what? I'm going down. Firstly, I'm the love and the talk of those that knew me, those that said, we'll see if she can. And I'm ashamed to my colleagues because I lost. I don't represent them well. And I started saying, what is it that I need to do to come back? In the book of Genesis, verse 126, it says, when they, God the Father and the Son, he said, let's make man in our own image. and likeness. Let's give that person power, dominion, and authority. Let that person rule and reign and subdue the world. I had to go back and remember, who am I? How do I come back? And I want to tell someone that until you find the who you are, I can definitely tell you it will be so difficult to find the what you carry, the tool to use to come back. I had to go back and search the who I am. That's where I found hope. Because hope tells you that you can, because you know who you are and what tools do you have to can use. I started declaring the who I am, confirming by doing an action. Firstly, I accepted that, yes, there is something that is not right. I lost my house, I lost my furniture. But the good part is that I'm still standing, I'm healing. The inner pain is there, but it is not as big as the pain of wanting to come back. I started wanting to come back. That's where the key is acknowledgement that something is not right. I'm out of balance. I accept that I am out of balance, but I don't accept this as my fate. I'm not going to park here. This is a temporary measure. I'm getting out. Then it pushed me to look back. You were saying yesterday, I was listening, that what gives me the reason to move forward is the reason to never go back where I used to be. I used that as a stepping stone. I said, yes, they took that. Yes, they took this, but they did not take my life. I'm still standing. And I can tell you, Elena, after I physically healed, even though I had the pain within, when you met me in the corridors, you wouldn't even know. I applied my lipstick. I dressed well. I walked like I own the floor I'm walking on. I made sure that I present the God that is within me. And I love the fact that the Bible says, if you have a vision, you need to see it. Write it so that everyone that wants to support you can see and run with it. My vision that I could see without other people seeing, I started verbalizing it. They used to call me some names, positive names, not toxic names, to those that did not really know what was happening. I was like, a go-getter. I'm fierce. I'm coming for whatever I want to come for. They used to call me about the names of, there was a lady in our country, that the ex-wife to our president Nelson Mandela, Winnie, the Iron Lady. They would call me the Iron Lady because when they give me a platform, I go for the platform. I nail the platform. Only when I reach home, I realize, but these people don't know what I'm going through. You see? So I lived that life with clarity that says, I am not going to be stuck here. Fast forward, I started reaching out to people who can help me to actualize the who I am. I met pastors, I met mentors, coaches who helped me to grow and have knowledge. Because the Bible also says, my people perish due to lack of knowledge. The lack of the knowledge of who you are will allow you to perish. And you won't be able to set out your goals, objectives, and your vision will not be achieved. So as I was moving, At the same time, I was starting to heal internally, because physically I was healing, but spiritually I was traumatized. But gradually I started healing. And I'm sitting here telling my story, not bragging, but trying to empower someone who is going through something, to say, you know what, let it go. Let it go. As long as this body still standing. You know, I love the fact that when we were created, the Bible says, I knew you before you were formed. I created you. I ordained you. I blessed you. That package is very, very powerful. We forget that sometimes we lose 1% of that package and concentrate on the 1%, forgetting that there is a 99% package still standing, tagged, untapped. So I'm here to say, should you find yourself in a situation, you must know that you're still having more than 50% intact. Tap into that. Learn something about what is still remaining. From the position of a therapist, I worked with disabilities. I was trained to observe. When I see a person seated on a wheelchair, I don't see the wheelchair. I don't see the disability. I see what is still within. You could be sitting on a wheelchair, but your brains are not on a wheelchair. Your ego is not determined by the wheelchair. So we can change the structure and you do something totally different. I love the fact that as I was working with women, because I took a decision to say, with all that has happened to me, God protected me from committing suicide, from having a mental illness that pushes me to go to an institution. I'm still standing. I'm still okay. But I'm not alone. There's so many women. As I'm working with them, I start listening. I realize that someone is in a packed corner. They don't know how to get out of that corner. So I developed a program. It's called Unstuck. That program, it's meant to identify the causes of, or the things that, or the limitations that people have that stops them from achieving their goals. And it is captured in a small booklet that is called From Scrapyard to a New Beginning. That booklet, small as it might look, it has a strategy that says you find yourself here, but count the potential that is within you. One step at a time, you can come out. Start afresh. Redirect your thoughts to the positive. Somebody was talking about toxic positivity yesterday. So use the things that are around you, the tools that you still have. Above all, the faith in you. You must never let go of your faith. You must never let go of your faith. So my day-to-day doing as I empower women, I say to them, you can. You still can. Why? Because you are God's image. And God being the creator, he can create indefinitely. Somebody yesterday talked about rest. If you find yourself in a situation that forces you to rest, don't pack, rest there And as you are resting, you are refueling. She was talking about filling the tank, refueling every day, refueling, filling that tank because you need it for the second level. When you advance, you refuel. Even in the space of soldiers or any protective army, they've got ammunition, but they've got time to go and refuel and add more to what they fill in time and again. So we need to empower ourselves by refilling the knowledge, refilling the faith in us. Above all, I would say to ladies, research. Don't just get stuck. Research. What is it that I can do? If I failed with this one, that is not the end of the world. That is an experience. Use it as a stepping stone and advance to another level. When you advance, research who is in that level so that she said yesterday, you become part of them, you draw from them, they draw from you. You are sharing. By so doing, you are growing. And yes, Helena, I'm empowering women on day-to-day basis. That is my duty. And that is my mandate. And I found it and I'm not letting it go.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful that you have found it and you are not letting it go. I want you to share a little bit about the work and the transformation that you are doing in the lives of the women through your now Mariposa effect and the event that you have coming up. Share a little bit about that because it's beautiful what you're doing.
Thank you. Helena, Mariposa effect, the butterfly effect. You know, if that thing is so prophetic. Thank you. I want to thank you in particular because when we discussed this thing, it just clicked that the Mariposa effect, small as it is, fragile as the butterfly is, clapping its little wings, it has an effect within that environment. Unnoticeable effect, but it has an effect. And butterflies are of different colors, rainbow colors. So we need to understand that when we're doing this job or the mandate that God has given us, we don't have to say, in one day, I'll do it. I'll get everybody together. I was listening now when you're talking with your husband about you started at 36. Now you are at 62 or 61. So one step at a time, bringing an additional woman, that is Mariposa effect. The impact on that woman will definitely impact the children, the husband, and the neighbor. Next year, the child or the neighbor joins, they impact another neighbor. So by the time you realize it, everybody has been impacted, positively so. So what I did was I started with mere walking. I said to women around my area, let's start walking for health reasons. Every morning we walk. As we are walking, they started asking questions. They started tapping into, why do we do this? Why do you like that? I started introducing other health issues. I started telling them about what we can do as women. Gradually, I started a WhatsApp group where we would share issues that affect us as women, menopausal issues, health-related issues, diets, exercise. Based on that, I started to have a Facebook group where we also connect and talk about issues. Then Mariposa effect is growing. Until last year, the Lord said to me, you know what? This is not a local thing. Let it go global. Hence, there is a group called the You Empowered Minds Global, connecting with women outside South Africa. In that group, we are empowering one another, uplifting one another as women through our stories. We learn from one another. We empower one another. We saying, here is a baton, hold it. Here is a strategy that I used. Apply it and see if it helps. So in that space, I identify keynote speakers plus additional speakers like you and any other person to come in and just empower someone. Somebody who will be sitting there listening would go home with a certain, even if it's just one nugget, just if it can just be something that you say, this is my take home. They said, if you are forced to be in a situation, be still and know that I am God. If that is all what you can take it. So we had the first event on April the 6th this year. You were one of the keynote speakers. We learned a lot out of that. We learned a lot. This year, August the 3rd, Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard, 6 South African time, I have a 15th speaker team. Out of that 15, 10 are the keynote speakers. 5 are the keynote speakers, 10 are the other speakers. And I tried by all means to bring women from different kind of spectrum, the health, the spirituality, the finances, the entrepreneurship, leadership, so that when we leave that space, at least if I can have one nugget per category, at least I'm armed for the whole 6 months. So I want to encourage women to join in, to support one another. Because if you do this, Helena, but people are not joining in, they are not tapping into your faith, they are not tapping into your energy, they are not tapping into the knowledge. That's where it says people will perish. But if we tap into what can Elena offer, what can Diana offer, we ultimately become a better society.
Yes.
And I want to tell you that poverty is the making of the evil one. The Bible says, I paraphrase, it says, the Lord wanted us to prosper, both in spirit, in soul, and in the physical. Prosperity is ours. In the book of Joel, it says we need to prosper. It is God's giving, prosper. So if we don't prosper, we must know that there is something that is limiting us from prospering. And prosperity is not all about money. Health-wise, that's prosperity. Peace, that's prosperity. Knowing what you are doing, why you are here, that's prosperity. You are prospering already. You're sitting here because you are prospering in your mandates. Christmas, July, what is this? Christmas in July. That is prosperity, because you are bringing people together to share their stories, to educate, to empower, and uplift the other.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you. And it means so much to know that we've reached this far. We've connected. It's God's work, because our connection very early on. I don't even remember like how that came to be, but I just know that our passion and the purpose that we serve is, we were connected not by accident. not by
No,
accident at all.
no.
And I think it's absolutely beautiful. Even Marilyn on here said that, Diana, that you have a great lineup of speakers coming on to your next event, and being that I was able to be a part of that first one. I am so thrilled, and this is an example of what it looks like to support one another, to truly get behind each other and lift each other up. And I think as women, first, we need more of that. We need that
Yeah.
support. We need the
Mm,
cheerleaders for each other. And
mm.
it's just an honor to be able to be part of that for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much that, you know, we, the Bible says, I always go there because that's where I draw my fuel. It says, when the enemy meant for evil, God meant for good. And all things work together for good to those who love the Lord. When we were in that space of COVID, we all thought we are doomed. We were just seeing the negative, but we didn't realize that that was the best time for us to change our mind, to change the way the things used to happen, and to adapt to the new way of doing things. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about what you are talking about, empowering women, because of what? Technology was not advanced to that level. But because of that, look what is happening. I'm communicating with women outside South Africa, like I'm talking to my cousin. Marilyn is my cousin. I talk to her every now I want to. I can call you without any appointment and say, I can see you online, Elena. Can you help me out here? I've got this and this as a problem. Help me out. Then you jump in. So we must thank God for everything that is happening. And as you said, as women, days gone are the days where we need to compete,
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
competition is not success.
No.
Collaboration, that is
Yes.
success. That is
Yes.
helping one another to build. It's like you are building a bigger wall. So you pass a brick, I pass a truffle, the other one pass water, the other one passes. So by the time we realize we have built a beautiful structure.
That is beautiful. Just in that envisioning, because I'm such a visual that I just see that it's like we're all working together. We all have our part. We all have the things that are our skill sets that we're better at, that somebody else can pick up. And if we could
Mm,
just recognize that in each other and come together to support each other in the ways of our strengths, so that the weaknesses that we all have are lifted by someone else, because what is a weakness of mine is a strength of yours, and
definitely.
it goes hand in hand that way. And that's what this whole thing is about. That's
Yeah.
what this whole thing is about. It's so
Thank you.
beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
so, so
welcome.
much. Thank you. And the other thing that I used to know while I was still in training, mental health issues used to be like a shame, a sign of weakness. People would isolate, withdraw themselves, be afraid to come out and tell that I failed here, I failed there, I'm feeling this, I'm feeling down. You know what? We used to give them a stigma, but today we encourage women to say, listen, should you see a sign of poor personal management, you see a sign of insomnia, you start feeling irritable, you must start realizing that something is not right. Speak,
Yes.
speak up. Just make a noise. Someone will hear you.
Just make a noise.
Just
Amen
make a
on
noise.
that. we're going to wake it up. I'm like, but it is. I was talking with Marika earlier. She's joined us from Australia, and she has an event coming up called Speak Up Queen. And that's where we're at. Speak up, be heard. Oh, how God told me, boldly step forward, show your crown. There's been so many people, so many guests that are on fire for their faith and for God. And it's like, it's time. We are in a place in the state of our world that we need to speak up. We need to be heard. We need to share that love. We need to pour into each other, and we need not be quiet about it, because it's up to us. It's up to us.
It's up to us. And the beauty part is that when we say to people, don't compete, speak up, come up. We're not competing with our other halves, the males. No. We are not doing that. We are all born in how do I put it? We are all born brilliant. We are only sabotaged by whatever happens to us. So we need to know that by me being me, I'm not competing with my other half. I'm not competing with my fellow sister. In fact, I'm bringing the uniqueness in me. Yes. And my uniqueness in me should not be a threat to you. No. It should be a positive, yes, so that you can add on what God has given you.
Amen. Thank you. Amen. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I appreciate you starting our morning off with you, joining us from South Africa and sharing your message and your faith and your love. And it means so much. It means so much.
Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you for doing this beautiful, we will remember this. Everybody that has seen this will remember, because it's not everybody that can do this. No one can sit 24 hours and do what you are doing. It is your mandate, and no one needs to copy it. It is yours. Run with it.
Thank you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for everybody that was listening. Thank you. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that was absolutely beautiful. And so what I had planned in my mind is good morning. Good morning. If we are waking up, if Sunday is upon us, because it's still like Saturday in my head, like drop a good morning, let us know that you are here, that you are on fire. But I wanted to start going into what I would consider Sunday morning. Is I want to share prayer, and I want to share passion, and I want to just share a little bit of my message, because we have a full house still in front of us. We have reached, if everybody shows up, we still have a few hours, but if everybody shows up, guys, we had an extra guest make an appearance over the nighttime. And so we're 61. We're at 61 guests. And to me, it's just kind of mind blowing. So for me, good morning, Marilyn. Good morning, Mallory and Miss Barbara Queen. You are still hanging. Thank you for being here. But I want to just start this morning, because our next guest is coming on scheduled at 6 a.m. and she's going to be here for a little bit. But I want to start by thanking God. And my sister's still here. Thank you, Sissy. I first want to say thank you to my Lord Jesus, to my Jesus Christ. I want to say thank you for allowing those of you to wake up this morning. I want to thank you to those of you that were able to have a good night's rest. I want to thank my God for giving me the strength and the energy and the motivation to continue this. And it is not even effort. Like, He gives me the strength, and He gives me the ability to be able to do this and to bring people from around the globe here, because we need to share love. We need to share the belief in each other. This world is hard, and life right now is in difficult times for every single one of us. And I want to make that clear, because no matter the great things that someone is doing, no matter, if you guys are looking at me thinking like, oh my gosh, what you've put together here is awesome. Every single one of us is going through something hard, because that's life. And so for me, I talked a little bit yesterday about filling up that faith tank. Filling up the faith tank, even on the days that are going great. Okay, so often we wait until life gets unbearable, or we wait until it gets so difficult that we're begging to God to please change it around, that we're begging to God to please change a circumstance, or we're asking him to answer a prayer. But how about on the days that are good? How about on the days that success seems like it's yours? It's sometimes in those days that we walk around thinking like, man, like we did it. We got this. I'm good. And then life hits. And then we're like, God, please be here. And I want to encourage you, on the days that are good, that you are thanking God just as much as on the days that are bad, that you are surrendering all of it. All of it. Because ultimately, the moment that you can step out of the way, and the moment that you can say, God, this is not about me. This is not about me. Allow me to seek your wisdom. Allow me to seek your strength. Allow me to feel your love. Allow me to love myself the way you love me. Because when we can start seeing ourselves through that lens, it's truly when it exudes from us. And right now, for whatever reason he has called me forward, for whatever reason that it is louder than ever. The message is clearer than it has ever been. And the courage is more fierce than it has ever been. That I am here in this place to do this work, not because of me, not because I thought like, oh, this is something that I want to do. Oh, this is something that I want to become, because I stepped out of the way and I allowed myself to just be used as a vessel, and not used in a bad way, but used for his glory, used for his message, used to be able to reach the people that are sometimes feel unreachable. Because every single one of us has a unique purpose. Every single one of us has endured pain. And pain is the reason we are here in this 24-hour Streamathon. My pain, my loss, my heartache, my feeling as a failure of a mother, my losing everything, my grief, like the pain is ultimately why we are doing something beautiful. And I want you to tap into that for just a moment. I want you to tap into the things that could have broken you, but they didn't. And you know how I know they didn't? Because you're here. Because you're watching this. Because this is touching you. So years ago, people have always asked me, but how do you know? How do you know it's God? And how do you know that you didn't just decide that this is something that you want to do? Like, how do you really know? And I wish I had a clean answer for you. But what I am going to share is this. God does speak to you. God does speak to you. And if you remain open and if you seek hearing him, he will meet you where you are. He will connect with you in the way that you need. And the first place that he can reach you, because it's immediate, is in that thing that we call the gut, in that intuition, in that feeling, in that inner knowing. You're going to know if the vibe is good. You're going to know if the vibe feels off. It happens immediately. And when that happens, do you know that that is him? That's the first place he's going to try to reach you. It's up to you to pay attention. Most times we get it. Most times we feel, ooh, I don't know. I don't know if this is a good idea, but we do it anyway. Or we're like, That's not even anything I would have ever chosen for myself, but you're gravitated towards it. We've got to pay attention to that. It's not by accident that you have that intuition. It's not by accident that you get that feeling in your gut. And I'm sharing this because he needs to let you know how he communicates with you. The first place is in that gut, in that intuition. It's that inner knowing. And you all know what I'm talking about because you've had it. Very, very rarely will he use words. Okay. He has, and I'll share what mine were when he shared them with me. But the first place is intuition. It is that gut. You will get that vibe. It will be a sensation. The hairs on your neck will raise. Like, you'll know. But you got to seek it. You got to actually want to listen. The second way is in your thoughts, even in your memories. Okay. This is where you'll see the vision. This is where he'll put a picture in your mind. This is where he's going to pop a memory up. That's another way he communicates with you. So when you get that idea, you're not crazy for having it. You already have it. I like to say it like, when he gives you that vision, he'll give you the big bag of Legos and just say, go build it. He doesn't give you an instruction booklet. He doesn't say it has to look this way. He's just saying, here, have some fun and go build this masterpiece. And that's how he will speak to you with the ideas and the pictures and the memories. It all pops up as visions in your head. Even if you think of a memory in your mind right now, something that was amazing or something that hurt you, if you have a memory in your mind, you will see it. And he gave us that gift to think in pictures, to have those thoughts. They're not there by accident. They are not there by accident. And so when you are faced with those moments that are painful, when you are faced with those moments that maybe they're even filled with regret, when you're faced with those thoughts are coming from somewhere, and it's up to you to decide, is this something that you're going to do good with? Or is it something that hurts you so bad that you're like, God, I need you to take this from me because I can't do it. Ask him to carry it for you because he will. He'll take it. He'll hold it for you. He'll strengthen you enough until you're able to handle it. And that saying that God will never give you more than you can handle, I don't really like that. I know that that's the common thought. But you know what? He says he's going to always give you more than you can handle because you're not meant to handle it alone. The amazing thing is he will equip you to be able to handle it. But if we actually thought that we could handle all of this ourselves, no, we can't. And so when you think of God's never going to give you more than you can handle, yeah, because sometimes those things, they don't always come from God. Sometimes there's other things that happen. There's outside circumstances, and not everything comes from God. So there will always be more than you can handle because you're not meant to handle it by yourself. So we need to get comfortable with that, knowing that God, this is too much. This is too heavy. And it's okay to say, can you please carry this for me today? Because I just don't have it in me. We need to make that okay. And I'm here to say that out loud because he doesn't want you carrying it all on your own, by yourself, hiding in shame. None of it. No more. No more. And one of the last ways that he's going to communicate with you is actually through words. But it's one of the last ways. Believe it or not, words are not God's favorite way. Why? Because they are symbols that we push together that hold different meaning to different people. And if we could truly understand that we hear with our ears, but we listen with our emotions. So depending on what my words are saying, it's really dependent on how you're feeling, on how you receive them. Because I could say the same sentence this morning and somebody else could piss you off about something, and I can say that same sentence in a couple hours and you will receive it completely different. So it's not the words. And God will go to words as a last resort. If you've ignored the intuition, if you've ignored your thoughts and the visions that he's given you, if you keep ignoring these things, then he will resort to words. He might show you something in a movie. He might have you listening to something here right now. He might play a song that pops up on the radio that has lyrics that are like, oh my gosh, this is so great. Sometimes they bring you to tears. Sometimes they remind you of somebody. And then what happens? You get a memory in your head. It's all tied to each other. And so for whatever reason, we are here, and I want to share with you what one of the very first things that God spoke to me. He spoke this to me back in 2010, the first time I heard his voice. And he said, stop living plastic. Just like that. Stop living plastic. And at that time I was married, and I did not want to get divorced. At the time we were struggling with a lot of things, and living plastic meant many things. Stop faking it. Stop pretending. Stop spending money you don't have. There were so many things that tied into stop living plastic. And with those being the very first words, those are words that he's asking me to share today. And so I'm here to ask you, are you living plastic? Are you living under this layer that keeps you unapproachable? And when I mean unapproachable, that means true vulnerability. That means take me for who I am, real and raw. That means being able to look at yourself and seeing the true essence of your being, the true vibrancy of your spirit, because that's not plastic. That's pure beauty. That's pure love. And so I don't know who needed to hear that, because I wasn't even planning on going into that piece. But he said to me this morning, share that. Those were his first words. Stop living plastic. And so it's a little bit difficult sometimes when I hear people, I guess, compliment or give praise for something that I'm just doing because I know I'm here to do it, because I don't live plastic anymore. And so to me, this is as real and as raw as you guys that I can get. I've been with you here since yesterday, and we're not done yet. But I want this to be that moment of encouragement. I want this to be the thing that allows you to say, yes, I can. I want this to be that moment to help you remember who you are. And we've heard that many, many times in different ways throughout these hours that we've been here already. Remember who you are. But then remember whose you are. If you can remember whose you are, that's where it is. That's everything you need. But then I want to remind you that he says, boldly step forward and show your crown. And I mean that boldly. He didn't say timidly. He didn't say with permission. He didn't say, when everything aligns and the stars are all in perfect unison and it's no, boldly right now, today, boldly step forward and show your crown. And that crown, and I know you've heard me say it, and I'm going to say it again, that crown is the mess. That crown is the experience. That crown is the times that you have fallen to your knees because you just don't have the strength to get back up. That crown is asking God, why me? That crown is not understanding why you're here again. That crown is the loss. That crown is the stupid mistakes. That crown is going back in and doing those things that didn't serve you well the first time, but yet somehow you think the second time around they're going to be better. That crown is all of it. It's not just this perfect, shiny masterpiece. The crown is the hot mess. The crown is the thorns. And we all have them. We all have them. And to step into that confidence, step into the confidence to own yours, to wear it, to boldly step forward, share it, because the world needs that from you. Whatever it looks like, however you need to bring it out, it's all part of who you are. And that's what we need. We need that piece of you, because only you can bring it. Only you possess it. Only you have it. Nobody else can duplicate it. That's why we need you. We don't need perfection. We don't need picture perfect. We need you, just as you are, today, as is, right now, to own it and boldly step forward and show it. And so I just had to share that piece with you this morning. We are going to be bringing up an amazing next guest. And I just want to thank you for that, because I just wanted to start this morning out just not only in prayer. My prayer is kind of different, because I love my God, but the prayer is allowing the words that he just shares to permeate just the air. Like, just let it sink in, let it be known. And that's my prayer, because that's my way of honoring my God. And whatever that be for you, however that looks for you, I pray that you have a blessed day. I pray that you see the gifts in all of it, that you recognize those that are here for you, and that you are protected against those that are not. Because believe it or not, we are in front of all of it. There's moments that greatness like this that is taking place is going to be met with incredible forces that don't want things like this to happen. So I pray for your protection. I pray for your goodness. I pray for your love and for your support, because we need to safeguard each other. We need to be there for each other. But most importantly, we need to be that light to overcome that dark out there. We've got to. And I don't know why he's pushing that message so much, but this world is turning dark, and we've got to be the light. We've got to not be afraid to say it out loud. We've got to not be afraid to show it amongst each other, because ultimately it's up to us. We're responsible. We've got to make it better. So I could keep going and I could keep going, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to see where our next guest is, because she is coming on, and I see some crowns and I see some purple hearts, and Marilyn, I see the pink and purple heart. So thank you for being here this morning. I don't even know who else we have on here, but I'm going to check my messages and see where we're at, and we will get things rocking and rolling. Gina says yes. Okay. Well, I guess we'll wait here for another minute. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually play the video that shows who all of our guest speakers are. So just give me a couple minutes. I'm going to play that, because I want to actually honor everybody that has been on and that is still coming on, because we got just a couple more hours and I'm like still on fire. Can you guys tell? Like, I ain't even sleepy. So here we go. I'm going to play that so that we can honor the guests that have been here with us, and let's rock and roll. Maybe. All right. I feel like we are on like a whole new countdown. Good morning. Good morning. We are at the 6 a.m. Eastern mark. So it's kind of like good morning for everybody. I just had my like, had to get on my, just get my passion out. I am going to bring on a very next special guest. You know, when God is working in your life, it is amazing at the people that he will put in your path through, other people. And that's exactly what, good morning, Emilio. That's exactly what happened with this next guest that I'm able to bring on. We've got Dr. Melody Garcia, and I'm going to bring her on right here. Good morning, beautiful. How
Good
are you?
morning, gorgeous. I am just so proud of you. You are a trooper. I've been in and out of your show live, watching your live stream, and you're still going.
Still going, still
Yeah.
going.
That's when you have the anointing.
Yes, absolutely. And first, I want to ask you to tell everybody, where are you joining us from?
So I'm joining you from Orlando, Florida. It is 6 a.m. as she stated, but we do have friends watching from different parts of the world who I notified yesterday saying you have no excuse because you're on a later time zone than we are.
There you go. There you go. Well, it is a joy to have you here. And I know you have a very important message that you are going to share with us. And, I'm going to give you full screen time for you here, and I'll come back in towards the end, and we'll kind of talk through things. But I really want to give you the platform because I've heard you speak. We've had plenty of times to have our conversations, and I just know you have a message that needs to be heard.
I do. Well, thank you so much, Elaine. As she said, so my name is Ambassador Dr. Melody Garcia. I am the co-founder of SoulScript Global Consulting International, and I wear many hats. For those of you who are familiar with UNICEF, I'm also the founder of UNICEF Unite, or UNICEF USA now, Orlando, Florida. So my journey had been very, very interesting. So I'm going to dial it back of saying, how did I meet Elena? Well, it was one of those God call. She had alluded to, I have spoken in many, many different stages in different parts of the world. And, I've been probably about a year since I did my last keynote and just dialed, just took a step back away from public. And, nobody spared from adversities, right? And certainly the last year that I have been through in life has tested me. For those of you who are familiar with the story of Job, right? Job moment. So anyway, I was going through that, and it was really interesting because I decided to say, oh, thank you. What do you call this? I decided to say, you know what? Let me join this Kingdom Summit. And then I came across this dynamic, amazing, incredible woman named Elena, and we just hit it off. As she had alluded to, when God aligns, there is no accident. So, who am I? Additionally, and then, just from UNICEF Unite, I had a very interesting story of just having to disappear forcefully from my country of birth, and that was the Philippines when I was a little girl. It involved government corruption. It involved a murder of a family member. This is probably you're going, oh my goodness, what a way to wake up to. But this is a sad reality for a lot of people. And good morning to everybody joining us. I just want to do a bit of a shout out. So Barbara, good morning. Marilyn, Emilio, and Elena's obviously still here. I'm just watching the comments. But as I was saying, I found myself in a situation where we were living a comfortable life. My parents were very well accomplished, to a relative of mine coming across government information, and he was silenced for it. Just think about this. So my life was a movie when I was a little girl, because one minute we were living normally as any other family. Next thing you know, the death threats came our way. Or the relative that was staying with us was brutally murdered by government agencies, and we had to disappear. So my last recollection of the Philippines was, well, being woken up by mates in the middle of the night saying that I had to be quiet, right? After actually being yanked out of school, had no idea. what was happening. So, a little bit of background for my own late parents. They were massive in humanitarianism and philanthropy. And the one thing, and my father was a chief of staff of 2 hospitals, and at the same time, he also came from an impoverished family and made something out of his life. So I grew up in a state where my father used to take me to the poor areas where he would volunteer his medical services, and he was loved by all. He was loved by those that were struggling, and then he was respected by those of affluence and influence. And my father always used to teach me, and I said this would be learning moments for both of us, or for all of you who will be coming across this story. My father used to teach me never let success get so much in your head that you forget to help the people who needs you the most. So that happens. We disappeared from the Philippines. We had to leave my dad behind. It was a very hard time for my mother, myself, and my sister. We go from a life of comfort to now disappearing to the United States. And again, we have traveled to the US as tourists in the past, but this was a different story. We had to leave everything behind. We had to not say goodbye. It was just literally being woken up in the middle of the night. A white van was waiting. We were whisked away. We had to hide somewhere else for about a week. And then we come to the US, and my mother goes from having businesses, because she was also an entrepreneur, having a pretty good corporate job at that as well as a corporate manager or executive manager, to now having to imagine this for you, for those parents out here. What would you do to protect your children? You do everything, right? So after leaving everything behind, including my father, my mother now embarks on a very tumultuous, hard journey of making $3 an hour back then to provide for her 2 daughters. We go from living in a comfortable home to my sister and I sleeping on the floor. All this internal pain that I was processing at a young age, seeing my mother just sweep gas stations, seeing my mother working at a deli, cutting vegetables, seeing my mother walking to her job because we didn't have a car then. And we were at the mercy of relatives to bring her to work and back. And I was told at a young age, well, this is life in America. You have to start from the bottom. Imagine that, right? In the meantime, here I'm going, well, where's the compassion? You know what my mother's capabilities are. Why is she working at a 7-Eleven? Why is she working at a grocery store? This woman is brilliant. So there was a lot of internal childhood angst, and the household that I grew up with wasn't also too kind. So you're looking at almost like this crazy Cinderella story. We fast forward. I grew up pretty much in the United States, never been back to the Philippines. My parents finally gets reunited. We finally get our own tiny, tiny little apartment. And it was the happiest day of our lives, just to have that freedom and independence, having our own place, even if we had no furniture and anything. And it took a few years to get there. But the one thing that my mother has always taught me, because again, she was so much a Proverbs 31 woman. So she ingrained in me Proverbs 3, 5, 6 that says, trust in the Lord with all of your heart. Don't lean on your own understanding, and in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And as I got older, before all this global positioning and appointment, I also used to work in corporate. So why did I tell you about the disappearance of how I, left the Philippines? Because in 2013, destiny starts calling. 2013, I'm working in a top 50, or I would just say Fortune 50 company in the United States. Now as a mother myself with 2 young boys back then, and, just going on with life. And then something happens tragically in my birthland. And the Philippines is hit with a massive typhoon that kills over 10,000 people. And something in me just starts stirring up, and something in me just says, I have to do something more than just donating to the Red Cross. After all, this was my birthland. The Holy Spirit just started speaking to me. Stop watching mainstream media, go into the internet news. So I did, because at the time it was uncensored. I came across a story, ladies and gentlemen, of a woman And again, remember, this was uncensored. That just broke my heart. In fact, it probably broke my soul, is my term back then, 11 years ago. Why? Because you see all the entire devastation behind her. And it looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off. She's lost her family. She lost, like, all lineage, both ends of the family. In her arms, she was holding her 2 dead children, who was probably less than 5 years old. And then just everything behind her was just chaos. But it was her soul. She was so broken. She said that for 3 days she couldn't even bury her kids because of the amount of debris. And it took 3 days for people to find her. And that every night she would just lay down with the bodies of her children, asking one question. It was a very valid question. If God does exist, why would he spare her? Why not take her? She's lost her husband. She's lost her family lineage. She's lost her children. She's lost her property, everything. Why spare her? And it was in that story that hurt my heart, where I found myself on my knees praying, help me, help them, and activate all the gifts you have given me to help me reach them. The Bible talks about how God loves a sincere prayer. And that's exactly what happened. I went to bed crying, and then I woke up with an epiphany of, my goodness, Melody, you sing. Why don't you put a little tiny little concert together? And that's when the Holy Spirit started whispering this number 20, 20, 20. So, well, I decided to interpret that as, let me invite 20 people that can donate more than I can. This was 11 years ago. That can donate more than I can. So it's interesting when you give your heart and your intentions to God to help other people that has absolutely nothing to do with you, and they were halfway around the world, God orchestrates the most interesting miracles to meet you where you're at, because it was never about me. So within 24 hours of using Facebook, of saying, here's my plan to have a free tiny little concert, and 100% of the proceeds are going to the Philippines, within 24 hours, I had other singers come join me in this planning. Within 48 hours from that prayer, a nonprofit lines up to come help me. And then within 72 hours of this prayer, I was provided an auditorium, a concert hall auditorium that sat 650 seats, without spending a single dime going out. Now, folks, I knew at that point, especially when the auditorium was handed to me, and this was just their series of connections, God was taking this more than what I could have ever imagined, because who prays that prayer and within 3 days you're provided a venue, singers, a nonprofit to come alongside you? And even though the Holy Spirit kept saying 20, I couldn't understand why there was a seat for 650 people. In fact, I was scared, because I was like, I didn't know 650 people then. And I had no idea where God was taking me, other than the sense of urgency, and then the sense of just this anger, because I was also receiving messages from halfway around the world. Help us, we're dying. Help us, we're starving. Help us, you seem to be popular. Maybe you can help us locate our parents. Their last known location prior to the typhoon is this, and we have not heard from them. Imagine those humanitarian pleas, and when I say humanitarian, I'm not talking about organization, but people from the ground suffering. And here I am, halfway around the world, receiving all this outpouring of people just hurting. And when they said, because of government corruption, well, obviously it triggers me back to how I disappeared from my country. And for the next 3 weeks of my life, this concert is now called One Night, One Voice. Takes a life of its own, because before I could ask for anything, God was already providing. So think about this. The message today is about hope, helping other people, right? Giving them hope. So I still didn't understand, how is it that this number 20 that was being whispered to me, but I was freaking out in the process because, again, 650 seats. It was by word of mouth, that I didn't even know how many people, right? I don't even know how many people was going to show up. 3 weeks later, One Night, One Voice, the humanitarian benefit concert was launched. And in fact, there were no rehearsals from people who said, who can claim they can sing. And we just prayed. We were all laughing right before we took stage, because they asked me, how many people are showing up? And I said, I do not know. Because 11 years ago, there was no marketing. There was no, what do you call this Facebook ads. There's none of that. It was literally just by organic invitation. Come show up. This is not about me. But there were so many miracles in between that I want to share with you. The reason I shared with you that I disappeared from my country and the way we were violently removed and had to be removed. Think about this. One of the many messages that I privately received was from a CNN Hero of the Year recipient. For those of you not familiar with that, it's one of the biggest humanitarian kind of like honor competition provided by news media CNN. And somebody won it from the Philippines, but that wasn't the heart of the story. He wrote out to me, and just for the interest of time, I'll shortcut that. He wrote out to me, and he said, "O hero of your country, rise up. Your people need you." Imagine getting that type of message. And this man knows nothing about how my family disappeared from the Philippines when I was a little girl, or a young girl, I should say. And then all of a sudden, being tasked with this momentous journey with just a message saying, "Oh, hero of your country, rise up. Your people need you." I ugly cried in public because I felt that hurt, that anger get triggered. In my head, I was thinking, how could you call me a hero of the country that betrayed my family? Do you have any idea what we've been through? And then I just feel this, what I call this hug, right, from God. I just felt this warm and fuzzy hug. And then just this whisper, "You're going home without going home. I'm positioning you. Now help them." So fast forward now to the day of the concert. Again, we had no idea how many people are showing up. This all took place within 3 weeks. I had a full-blown humanitarian benefit concert. In fact, the night before, for those of you who are probably going through adversities where you go, where's God in all of this? Is he really capable of providing all my needs? And the answer is yes. It may not come in the way that we have it expected or designed, but God knows better than us, and he will appoint it at the time where it's needed. So the night before the concert, imagine me getting a call from the 10 million calls I was already getting. And this one lady, and I'm going to share with you why this call made such a difference. This one lady goes, "Are you 100% guaranteeing that 100% of the money coming into this concert will be given to the people in the Philippines?" And I said, "Yes." She goes, "Can you put that in writing?" I said, "Absolutely." And she goes, "How are you going to get it there?" I'm like, "I have no idea. I'm just trying to get to this concert." And so she goes, "All right, that's good enough. Can you," back then, he's like, "could you go ahead and email on a company letterhead," which was the nonprofit, "your intentions as to where 100% of this money's coming in?" I said, "Sure." And then I said, Why do you need this for? Again, I've spoken to so many people leading up to this concert, and this lady goes, because we just want to make sure. We just want to make sure. I said, make sure what? He goes, that you're going to help your people. All right. He goes, is it too late for sponsorship? And I wasn't even thinking of sponsorship, ladies and gentlemen. I was trying to get people at the door to pay for the concert, be it in donation or be it the ticket purchase. And I said, no, it's not too late for sponsorship. And she goes, perfect, because we've been watching you. And she says to me, my name is Alyssa, and I'm calling from Pepsi. And I even said, as in the soda company, like Pepsi Cola? And she said, yes. Your story caught wind, and we have a little bit of our budget left for community giving, and we'd like to donate it to your cause as long as you can guarantee 100% is going to the grant. And I said, yes. And I said, it'll be 100% transparency of ledger. So I remember before we walked on stage, right, without knowing how many people's going to show up, I said one more prayer. I said, Father, 3 weeks ago, you gave me this epiphany, and I want to help them. 3 weeks later, I have a full-blown humanitarian concert, and I still have no idea why you keep saying 20 when there's 650 seats. And it doesn't matter if only 20 shows up. Let them be 20 of the most generous hearts, because only you know the totality of what's happening halfway around the world that the media doesn't even cover. But in your time, everything is perfect. Folks, I stepped into stage, and I think with all the tears and crying I did for 3 weeks in preparation to wherever God was leading me, fueled by the urgency that people need help. People were suffering government corruption. They weren't getting the help that media was covering around the world. The ration of food was so scarce, you know? I walked out on stage. As I said, I cried one last time before taking the host position, before singing with groups, because the auditorium was filled to capacity. Just by word of mouth, 650 people showed up. And there were so many miraculous testimonies of how they even found out about this. There were even some people that was just coming straight from the airport, and they happened to catch wind of this. Imagine that within 3 weeks, God provided not only everything needed for the concert, but the people that found about the concert. And the reason why I kept hearing that number 20 had nothing to do with the audience attendance. It had everything to do with the people that were waiting for me to step up into my purpose halfway around the world. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, the end result of One Night, One Voice ended up saving and aiding over 20,000 lives halfway around the world. And in fact, I see that there's a little button here that says share screen, and maybe I can show you the journey of One Night, One Voice. You're going to see all of these people, from children, from food mobility to sustainability to rebuilding homes, through education facilities we had to do annex, right? The Holy Spirit kept whispering 20, and I was thinking 20 people should show up at the concert, but no, his ways are not our ways. God was waiting for me to step up into my calling, because there were over 20,000 people waiting for me to do just that so they could survive. And that was in 2013. Just when I thought it was my end all be all, check, I've done so, good for humanity. I go, back into my corporate mode. Interestingly enough, maybe a couple years later, God then whispered, UNICEF. And I went to UNICEF. He goes, start a UNICEF chapter. And I did, right? I knew nothing, and this is hilarious because, again, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. I had no political background. I had no desire to deal with government, as many of you can relate. But God said, start a UNICEF chapter. And the only thing I knew about UNICEF then was raising money and being in the sales force for decades. I don't want to do that. So I found out that they were starting something called an advocacy team, which means you represent the people's voices. You talk to government officials, you advocate for different causes. That I could do. And I remember putting my team together. And this is a volunteer team, and this is now 2016. And my first year advocacy, I found myself on the steps of Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And I was nervous because during that journey, I kept thinking to myself, what am I doing here? Oh my gosh, I'm about to meet with offices of senators and, the House of Representatives of Congress, basically. And I had no background on advocacy. And I remember, again, the Holy Spirit whispering, almost with a chuckle, oh, you thought over 20,000 lives was your end-all be-all? No, that was just your practice ground. Now you get to represent 192 countries of all those children around the world and the families that need you. Again, this is a woman that had no political background or no political desire to be associated with the red or the blue, But God said, no, you're going to tell the story because I gave you the gift of your communication, the gift of the tongue. And you're going to humanize the statistics. You remember what you've been through. You remember what your fellow countrymen had gone through. Now you get to face government and you're going to humanize those statistics by telling them the stories behind those statistics. And once I got that in my head, and I remember God even saying to me, it is about your story. It is about one night, one voice, but that's nothing compared to where I'm taking you. And then he said, do you remember your prayer? Help me help them and activate all the gifts you have given me to help me reach them. Well, one of your gifts is communication. Why do you think you've been in corporate, in sales leadership? You know how to tell the story, you know how to sell the story. But it's not just a story, it's people's lives. And you have to have them understand their moral, ethical, spiritual responsibility that falls on the government. Fight for them. Because, interestingly enough, the Bible also says that the only pure and true religion that God considers is how you help the orphans and the widows. So I did. I had my first meeting, and it was a series of meetings that happened in Washington, D.C. with different teams that I did have. And within that first year of advocacy, I make UNICEF worldwide news. Imagine that. And as I said, I did not know what I was doing at the time, but after that first year came significant wins. So let's fast forward 8 years later. I have now led 52 congressional advocacy teams. I have made connections in Washington, D.C. We managed to overturn 13 United States states in ending child marriage laws. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you did not know that, child marriage laws are legal in the United States. And over 300,000 children have been married off legally as young as age 10 because it's in our law. So we recently, again, this is just a cross collaboration, not only just for my team, but also for other organizations in advocacy. And I never thought I'd find myself in the halls of Capitol Hill in person or virtual, but imagine that. Right, managing to overturn over the last 6 years, 13 U.S. states. Virginia just came online to finally end this antiquated laws that is hurting our children, that perpetuates child trafficking. There's 37 more states to go, and I'll give some tips on how you can join me in this fight to end children's suffering. But God did not stop there, because by 2018, he pulled me out of corporate. He said, okay, this is limiting you now. Now, at this point, I'm already a single mom. I went through a divorce in 2015, and I was making really, really good money, and, the benefits and the comfort. And God said, let your corporate job go. Okay. Yes, Maryland, child marriage is legal in the United States, and we have 37 more states to go. So, not to segue from the point of the story I was saying, is that sometimes people get so loyal to the red or the blue, the donkey or the elephant, that you don't even know what you're voting into when it comes to the ballot, because you're more concerned about who's sitting at the chair versus what laws do they bring in that they continue to tolerate. They can scream all they want how they're fighting child marriage, but if they don't know that it's in our system, and remember, it's not this particular two candidates running. This has been antiquated. It's their predecessors. This has been so embedded in our laws that it's legal. So 37 more to go, right? So imagine that when God now, let me bring this back to 2018, God said, leave your corporate job. Leave. And I was scared again. And I'm like, why? Where's the money going to come from? I'm a single mom. I have a mortgage. I had car payments. I had childcare. I mean, you name it. Groceries for all the parents. You know how expensive it was in 2018, even more so now than ever. But God said, let go. It's interesting how, despite all the miracles He's provided in the past, I still wasn't fully trusting. So guess what happens, folks? When you don't want to let go, God makes it uncomfortable until you have no other choice but to let go. So I let go of my corporate job without having a plan B. Other than, well, goes back to Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust Him again, yeah. I co-authored a book at that point. I had my tiny little chapter. And again, as God orchestrates His divine plan, someone contacted me and said, hey, I read your story, found me through email. Can we get on the Zoom? Can we speak? Can I get on a phone call? I said, sure. He goes, I have a position. Complete stranger. I have a position. I read your story. And I want you to share a keynote speaking platform. He goes, it'll be a panel, not a solo stage. But your story is so powerful. And as a woman who's a minority that's also underrepresented, we'd love to have your voice on this platform. I said, sure. What platform is it? So she said, well, the title of the panel is titled Purpose Not Position. And I said, wow, that's a title that resonates. Purpose Not Position. And she said, it falls in part of the Women Empowerment Division. I said, okay. Can you make it to Los Angeles? I said, sure. And I said, who are the headliners? Who's speaking? And this lady laughed. She goes, it's for the United States of Women. And I was I didn't know what United States of Women is. So I did some research, and I'm looking at the computer and my heart just dropped. United States of Women was one of the biggest women empowerment forums across the United States. And the headline keynote speaker that year was the former First Lady Michelle Obama. And I remember saying to this lady, wait, are you telling me that I'm sharing platforms with Michelle Obama? And she said, yes. In fact, Jane Fonda is speaking. Tarana Burke, the founder of Me Too movement, is speaking. And we'd like to have you in a separate panel called Purpose Not Position to speak of your faith walk. Do you have any idea, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you are keynotes or coaches or people trying to get on stages, that's almost nearly impossible, but God shortcuts it, because as soon as I let go of corporate, the first stage He puts me in with is with the former First Lady of the United States. And that 3-day weekend, I spoke on day 2 at a different annex forum, but can you imagine? And in fact, because the program was arranged by alphabetical order, my face that says Melody Garcia was next to Michelle Obama. It was the most hilarious thing. And after that came all these calls. I had Les Brown's team calling me right after the Los Angeles platform. Can you keynote with Les Brown? You're the only female keynote lead that we have. I said, sure. Right? And the stages just got bigger and bigger. And then God said, now we're going to launch you around the world. But you're going to keep talking about me. You're going to keep bringing God in conversations, in stages. I'm going to send you to countries that have a lot of non-believers. So I went on this little adventure. on keynote speaking, became a global authority in women empowerment, youth advocacy, youth development. I found myself face to face with the Dalai Lama in India. I found myself face to face with the Princess of Morocco talking about child refugee crisis. You know, at that time, I found myself meeting with royalties. God just sent me on this adventure and then grew the consulting company from coaching. Then that he didn't stop there. I got into media 8 years ago and I just started writing from my heart from a title column called Life Unscripted because that's what it is, folks. God unscripts your life from all the conditions as he had done so from the story of Moses, the story of Joseph being taken away from family, Queen Esther, you name it. You have a plan. God says, no, I have a bigger plan for you. Trust me. Just give me your heart and be obedient to my call, and you'll see. Because the story is not just about you, the story is about humanity, and point them back up to one direction, the cross. Tell them, I exist. So whether it was in political halls, in royalty meetings, in humanitarian impact, in women empowerment, in media handlings, I went from being an executive columnist for a couple of international magazines to having my own TV show to podcasts. I mean, God expanded the communications line from stages to, like I said, and then leading this team that I still have. Now going into global consultancy, getting this ambassadorship title, right? Working with different governments of different parts of the world now. So who am I today? Today there's this title called Ambassador Dr. Melody Garcia, right? I found myself as one of the consultants, and although I cannot disclose who, with somebody who was running for US president and still has eyeballs on White House, between the friendship that has been developed, I find myself leading powerful teams. This was from a little girl that had to disappear from the Philippines to go through very painful adversities of watching my parents, knowing what they also went through when they were both diagnosed with cancer. I lost both of them in 2005. The stupidity of our bureaucratic red tape systems of Medicare, Medicaid. And, God allowed for all of this because I became a disruptor in so many spaces. I'm not here to talk about being a goddess and all this woo-woo stuff that is out there. God put me in positions of authority to disrupt. So they always tease me. They say you have the spirit of Queen Esther, the leadership of Deborah, and Abigail, and the fire of Elijah. So if he can do this with my life, imagine what he can do for your life. So let me bring it back now to the story of Elena. Elena, you might have to help me here. I want to be able to share you a video on One Night, One Voice. Do I just hit share screen, love?
I believe so.
Because I want to wake up your audience for God's glory. And this woman was placed on my path for a reason. And I'm going to tell you about the collaborations that God is now taking me, which is part of somebody's prophetic utterance over my life. And Elena comes into this, but let me just see to make sure that I do this right because I'm used to the Zoom platform.
Yep. I believe you should be able to share.
All right, so let's do this. We are going to play. If not, let's see. I'm going to hit share screen. Let's see here. Because it has to come from my desktop, my love. And I'm just trying to see how do I, and see window, nope, entire screen. Let's see if I can bring this up to play. But in the meantime, Elena, why don't you take over the spotlight for a couple of minutes and talk about your impression when we both connected the first time?
Well, this is amazing because we were just on a Kingdom Builders event, and I happened to come across just random, like it's 2 nights before. I'm like, yes, I believe in God, and I'm a entrepreneur, believes in God, and so I find myself in this group on this like platform, this summit, and and that was our first connection. And it was amazing that we end up, it's like we're starting to message each other like right behind, you know, the scenes, and like, oh my gosh, we need to talk. We are vibing, and there's already plans in motion, because I want to, I don't even know if I want to share that piece. That's kind of your surprise too.
Well, look, no, because we definitely, while I'm trying to figure out this, what do you call this, the sharing capability, it probably has to come from email. You know, a lot of these has to do with the fact that God, in His infinite plan, folks, and you know, I'm going to start just, it's uploading right now, Elena, but God, in His infinite plan, right? Part of the prophetic, and this, I get to tell Elena now this. 2 years ago, it was prophesied over my life I was going to get into cosmetics and makeup. Now, I have a lot of connections in Hollywood and even bigger makeup, you know, cosmetic companies. But it was the one thing that I was like, I got out of Hollywood because, you know, the superficiality and media access. I have access to the Oscars, the Grammys, the Emmys, all of that, and I had no interest in attending any of it to this day. So imagine now hearing, being told that you're going to be, in fact, Elena, you're going to crack up. I was told, you're going to be a great makeup artist. I'm like, a great makeup artist? And then this lady just kept saying, no, no, no. And another pastor confirms this. No, you're going to get into makeup. I'm like, why am I going to get into makeup? She comes along 2 years later. And
2
she's
years.
telling me, yeah, 2 years later, she's telling her story, and I'm still not connecting in my head. And she keeps talking about lipstick, and she's talking about all this other things with her cosmetic line and how it empowered and how she helps. And then all of a sudden it hits me. I'm like, wait, what? So we connected offline. And I said, Elena, what are your thoughts if we were to collaborate and have me design several of the other palette collections together, where a portion of the proceeds now goes towards humanitarian impact? So, ladies and gentlemen, you are the first audience space to know that we have solidified a collaboration with her makeup line, and a portion of that is going to go towards helping children in Ukraine because of the war, helping children in Africa with the dealings I have, helping children in the Philippines, wherever God takes this. So I would love for all of you, because and follow me on Facebook, or get connected with me through Elena, because once we have this, we're probably launching this in August. We are taking the first 50 orders, if not 100 orders. And as soon as that is fulfilled, we're going to start sending out some of those provisions, you know, because part of our consultancy for SoulScript Global right now is we're consulting with Ukraine. In fact, 2 days ago, we went live with Ukraine, because you have to hear the story straight from the people's mouth. The $64 billion that you're hearing on the news, oh, why are we helping Ukraine and we're giving, it's not with the people, folks. It's still with our U.S. government, and it will remain so. It's not what you think, where they get to have money on the ground and we're helping them rebuild. No, this is all for military. It's for the bigger corporations. The people in Ukraine has not seen a dime of this, and they're on currently forced mandatory blackouts. What does that mean? Because of the war, 2 weeks ago, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, texts from people on the ground that we are consulting with, that 40 missiles were launched in 5 different cities, and one of the hospitals hit. And this hurt my heart. And Elena is a mother herself. It hit a children's cancer hospital. Where's compassion? And these people are now on forced mandatory blackouts, meaning they will only have maybe an average of 2 hours of electricity each day to compensate because of everything that has been damaged around Ukraine. If you had a business, can you survive on 2 hours of electricity a day? Heck, how are you going to cook, especially here in the US? And hospitals constantly running on generators. This is what is happening in Ukraine right now. But what you're going to hear in the media is, oh, 64 billion's headed that way, 100 billion, they don't have it. So this is the reality of dealing with different government spaces. You know, I did a call to action, make demands, make demands. So I'm activating the people in the United States, the women, her viewers, get into the fight with us. Get into the advocacy spaces because God is going to use you in mighty ways. Look at my adventure the last 11 years of my life. And then going here with my sister in Christ, Queen Elena, as we now launch different cosmetic lines. And it's beauty with a cause. As you put your lipstick or eyeshadow, whatever we end up designing, you're helping humanity. Think about that. Forget Revlon, forget Ulta, forget all of that. Come our way because at least you know that a portion of your money is going to feed a child that's starving. You know, a portion of your money is going to clothe the women.
Yes.
And beautiful part is that, you know, everything that has the ingredients on her cosmetics is vegan. So there's no heavy chemicals that'll kill people, as they put it. You know, and so that's why this is not a sales platform. This is literally a humanitarian cause saying order all the makeup line under the programs that we're both creating, because it's not just about us, it's about who needs us the most. So let's see if this is
And as you're
it's
pulling
still
that,
uploading.
as you're pulling that up, I want to share.
Mhm.
It was about a year and a half, probably almost 2 years ago, and I myself had gotten sick. I had gotten sick, and I thought, oh God, I remember thinking like, I'm tired. I'm just done. I can't, you know. I wanted to just be done. And when you're sick and you have a family to take care of and a household to run, I was like, I'll just stick with the job. I got to just put the business aside. Like I was done. And I
Mhm.
heard him say, use what is right in front of you. And that's all he said. Use what is right in front of you. And at that time, I remember laying in bed and I looked up and it was my shelves of Besitos lipstick. And I'll tell you what, I had at one point thought like, that was just a fun hobby. It was something that I did. And when he said, use what's right in front of you, did it light me up and push me? And knowing that that was about 2 years ago. And sometimes you have to just stay the course because it's not in our time and it is not necessarily our plan. We just have to carry out the ideas that he is giving us because he knows what he's doing with them. And so if it have been that moment to still continue to do my part for this moment, to do what's coming next, it's like none of us knows, but we just have to keep walking in faith and doing what we're drawn to do because that's what he does for us.
And, you know, this is still taking a little bit of time. Oh, hold on. It looks like it's finally going through. Let's see if I send it to me. Okay. Let me see how this works with your studio now to be able to to share the screen. Let's see. Okay, do you guys see this?
Okay, let me see here. Show on stream.
Oh, it's still processing. Download.
Okay.
All right. For whatever reason that this thing is not downloading, because I'm trying to pull up this video that I usually. Okay. Video is still processing. Open with. This is probably gonna. All right. We're just gonna share this some other way on the next time I return to this platform because in the
Okay.
interest of time we have 9 minutes. So
Yeah.
I am gonna just go back to screen here and tell you about all this other projects, right,
Okay.
that Elena and I are launching. So we've got the cosmetic line. And then also for Elena, this is being solidified tomorrow, which is just very interesting at this point because there's another makeup. It's not a makeup because I want Elena's platform to have all the makeup thing. It's very interesting because now I'm also finalizing. God is funny this way. Oh, hold on. We might just have something here. Elena, let's see. Can you tell me if you can see this, please?
Okay, show on stream.
You see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's the story of my life in the gist, right? I gave you the whole background. You're going to see the concert. Hopefully, you're able to hear the sound, and you're going to get to see where God has taken me. And you're going to see a lot of awards. Do not let that fool you. I call them God credentials, right? God knows what is needed because we work in an economic society, but God also knows what credentials is needed kind of like behind your name so it can open up more doors of authority. So whatever you see as awards, do not let that fool you to think that, oh, Melody is all this. No, all of this that you're going to see is what he had blessed me with, be it in titles or accolades, because he knows how the world works, that those type of levels of authority or credentials will be needed. And guess what? I want to take you guys with me. And guess what? I want to take definitely Elena's coming with me. So I don't know if this has full screen capabilities, so let's just wish it luck. Hopefully you can hear the sound. But this is the story of One Night, One Voice, that concert that launched and where it led me to. Hit play. Play. Why is it not playing, Elena? Oh, here. I have to play it from this side.
God of creation, there at the start, before the beginning of time.
So that's the concert. 650 people showing up. That was me.
With no point of reference,
That was the letter that connected me
spoke
to
to the
Berkeley.
dark and fleshed out the wonder of life.
These are
And as you speak, 100 billion galaxies are born. In the vapor of your breath, the planets form. And if the stars were made to worship so light, I can see your heart in everything you make. Every burning star, a signal fire of grace. And if creation sings your praises, so will I. God of your promise, you don't speak in vain, no syllable empty your voice. For once you have spoken, all nature and science follow the sound of your voice. And as you speak, 100 billion creatures catch your breath, evolving in pursuit of what you said. And if it all reveals your nature so alive, chase down my heart through all of my failure and pride.
So imagine that, folks. We said yes, use me, and you activate all the gifts you've given me to help me reach them. So who am I today? Daughter of the mighty King. Imperfect, flawed just like you, going through adversities just like any of you, and was put in this massive responsibility to deal with global governments, right? But I want to work with women, and I'm taking Elena under my umbrella. If any of you are looking for the right consulting that impacts nations, contact me through her. I want you to be beautiful. Ladies, you know that we use makeup. Get the line through what we're about to collaborate on. If you need shoes and all those fancy other, like the shoe line, there's another solidified contract that's coming this week that we will be announcing as well. All right, God in his infinite adventures of what he could do with the deepest adversities of your life and launch you locally, nationally, or globally for some of you. I know Elena's meant for global impact. I know that our meeting is not by chance, and after 11 years, as we come into a close, after 11 years, I'm launching One Night, One Voice Part 2, the second concert that will be held now in North Hollywood, California at the latter part of the year. So stay tuned for that. If you want to be part of that, let me know. If you want to be part of advocacy, let me know. If you want to be part of the consulting so that we can direct you the right direction, let me know. So I thank you for your time and your attention and continued prayers.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your heart with us this morning, your time, and starting our day off with just absolutely beautiful, beautiful message. And you know I love you, girl.
I love you too, and have a good rest of your live stream, and applause to this queen who just keeps going, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ah, that's just amazing. And that is just the beauty of God. Just let go and let God. Like, honestly, peeps, just let go and let God, because I'm just along for the ride, and I get excited every day, like what's happening today, because I have completely surrendered. The surrender to rise, and that's what we're here for. So we are at our 7 a.m. hour. Who do we have? Are people waking up? Are people coming in? Like, if you're there this morning to kick us off, drop where you're tuning in from, and like give us a high five. We have our next guest coming on, and this beautiful soul, I had the privilege of meeting at a speaking competition back in Niagara Falls a few years ago. And you know what? We kind of came together, connected, and then you know how life gets busy, and then you're doing this and they're doing that, and then all of a sudden you're still just drawn to them, and then you see them, and then I just said, hey, Mallory, something's up, girl. And we have my dear friend Mallory Eckler. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Happy good morning, Elena.
Happy good morning. So we are here all about hope, love, inspiration, and you are just, you know, you're in my world and I'm in your world. And I thought it would be absolutely beautiful, because I've caught wind of you doing your sound, I don't even know what they're called. What are they called?
Sound bowls.
Sound bowls.
Sound bowls, yep.
And I've seen you do lives where you're talking and you're doing this, and I was just like, you know what, you have such a story that gives hope and inspiration, and I want you to be able to share that. But then I thought it would be really so cool for you to wake us up with that. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I would love that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you full screen, and everybody, I am here, but I am like gonna sit back and just enjoy this moment.
Awesome. Okay. So happy good morning. I'm going to push this back a little bit so you guys can kind of see. And I do have to share what's on my coffee mug real quick because I love this. It says, God is within her. She will not fall. Psalms 46:5. So, all right.
That's beautiful. I don't even want to talk. That's so
No, I love it.
I love it. And you know what? Not even that, but I mean, not only that, but I love the colors. Like,
Yeah.
I love the colors on your poles.
Yeah, they're color coordinated to the chakras. So
Okay. So that's what it is. So we had Austin James on here saying, so calming. Love this. Addie said, just woke up to tune in and thank you. It's amazing. David Kilmetsky, good morning. Sounds for sure. And Amy White, what an amazing thing to wake up to. So I just want to say thank you for playing those beautiful sounds for us this morning. And I didn't want to interrupt you, so that pretty much took up our time. But
that's okay.
Just let I know you said that you were tuning in from Florida, but just you have a couple minutes to just share a little bit of hope, because I know you have a story that is so impactful, but just share some hope out there to somebody that might be feeling a little bit low.
I will, definitely. Actually, I would like to share with everybody some things that God says you are, no matter what. So when those intrusive voices start to pop into your head, come back to this and write these down, because these are constant truths that will never change, no matter what. You are a masterpiece. You are righteous. You are anointed. You are focused. You are good. You are free. You are holy. You are a leader. You are confident. You are beautiful. You are a child of God, and you are fearfully and wonderfully made.
Amen. That got me choked up this morning. Thank you. I'm not even kidding. It's just amen. Absolutely.
Amen.
I am.
Yes, you are.
All of
Amen.
And if for everybody tuning in, claim it. I am. You are all of those things. That was absolutely beautiful to share, because we all need those reminders. We all need those reminders, and to put that in. Beautiful. Good morning. What a way to start.
Morning, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mallory, for sharing that gift with us this morning, and to just re-energize my day. We've got two and a half hours, and we are going strong, and this has just been absolutely beautiful. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and that was just an absolute gift this morning for us.
God bless you guys.
That was absolutely amazing. I am God's gift to all. Grand rising. I love that, Addie and Austin. Beautiful. All right. So guys, we are cranking it. And I'm really excited to introduce you to our next guest, because months ago, when I started dropping out Christmas in July, we got to start preparing for it. She committed to being here afraid. Okay. She committed to being here afraid. And I'm just going to bring her on. Are you ready, Mary? Miss Mary Wood, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
You are welcome. So tell everybody, where are you joining us from?
Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Nice. Nice. So now we're in North Carolina. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
So hope. Mm-hmm. You know, we are here to share glimpses of hope and inspiration, and just to be that constant reminder to pour love and goodness. And I know you have a really special gift of how you work through things that is unique to you. So I'm just going to give you some time to share whatever is on your heart this morning.
Well, you know, I really appreciate being able to be on this. And I thank you for that. I feel so blessed to be here. And thinking about what I wanted to talk about, I kept going back to some of your posts that you said, lean into your calling. And I'm actually walking in my purpose and doing what God's made me for. And I've known that ever since I was 10 years old. I don't know people listening, or you, Elena, like when you remember hearing God's voice for the first time. I was 10, and I grew up in chaos. Not going into all that specifically, but I remember in a counseling session, begging and wanting the counselor to pick up on nonverbal stuff that was going on in the session with my siblings. And that never happened. So sitting in silence, I'm comfortable there. Like, I'm comfortable not talking. I'm comfortable in the quiet. So using my voice right now is really terrifying because of the bullying and trauma that I grew up in. But after that session, I knew immediately that I heard God call me. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to advocate for kids sit in the same situation that are going through traumatic experiences. And I do that. So I do that in different ways. I've have a psychology degree. I'm in my master's to actually finally get the counseling degree. But for my career, I've worked with at-risk kids, emotional disabilities, special ed kids, all of that. And I can't wait. Can I announce it right now? But
You
tomorrow,
can do whatever you want, girl.
I got promoted. So now I'm in a district position at my school district, and I'm going to be training up teachers to do what I do, to advocate for special ed kids and families and train them to do their job. So I know.
Woo, everybody do it. Congratulations. Drop it in the chat. Way to go, Mary. That is amazing.
So, yeah. And I do that. I've done that through self-regulation. And ever since, I grew up in chaos. So having to survive that for 18 years, I went back to, sports was one, but I went back to coloring. Coloring is, brings out your inner joy. It connects you, with your mind and body. And I do have a coloring club that I also have on the side, but because of my full-time job and full-time grad school, it's really hard to navigate my side hustles. So, but anyway, so I do that too. And I just love it. I love pouring into people and, feeling the success of walking in my calling and knowing without a doubt that that's what I'm doing.
Oh, that is beautiful, because there's nothing better than just being confident in your purpose and in doing what you know you are here to do. And we've got some comments coming in. Lots of congratulations for you. So many exciting. And Gina says, yes, she loves to color.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to join that's cathartic coloring. But so the message that I have to spread to everybody is lean in on when you're being called and not ignore those voices, because, everybody has life. Everybody goes through life and you ignore it and you say, oh, I'm not listening to it now. I'm not listening to it now, but it will continue to come back, and it would be louder and louder, and the chaos will get stronger and stronger and stronger until you are left with nothing but surrender, like you had said. And that happened to me several times. Throughout my life.
Where you kind of just put it off and it came back with even stronger.
Yeah. All the messages, because it was 2018 is when I connected, really committed to my self-healing journey. I was going through a separation divorce. And I refused. Up until then, I was always faithful, but I refused to listen to God through my marriage and stuff. And then it finally, every my world shattered, right? And I've leaned in ever since 2018. I had my surrender with the Lord, and ever since then, if I don't have every night, every morning, I have my daily routines with God, with my spiritual practices. And I know the days that I don't do that, like I know when I get distracted and life gets ahead of itself. I don't feel centered and balanced. So
that's huge. That's huge. And I just have to bring up again, because I think I said it, I think I said it kind of 3 or 4 guests in yesterday, but there is something like about 2018 and 2019. Yeah. So many of us that are here connected connected through an experience or something that happened in our lives during those years. It just blows my mind. Like you just said 2018 again, and I'm like, there it is again.
Girl, I'm getting goosebumps because what I'm feeling led to share is that there was a spiritual war going on, and we were all called around the same time to lean into our message to get out to the world. And I'm so thankful to connect with you when I did, and connect with all of the other people that were connected through, because we're spreading hope and love and light. And that's, I have a hard time talking because I have so much to share that I'm not quite sure where my message is. So, but at the end of the day, it's love. It's God's love. It is what it is. It's my faith in God's love, and I'm going to stand on that. And you can tell when my voice gets stronger that I am passionate about that. And I pull that into public school.
I love that.
I know that's my calling, and I'm never going to probably get out of doing that. So.
Wow,
Yeah.
that was powerful because it's simply God's love. Just a vessel. I'm just a vessel here for His love, and it is amazing for you to actually say that, because it's just popped up. Like I say today, but this Streamathon, like 2018, 2019, 2018, but it's like, it just blows my mind that so many things happen to so many people. And when we say these dates, it's like we were all going through it at something during that time. And Addie says, what does Addie say? I was very disobedient, and as soon as I turned to His word and love, my life has changed. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we all got it. So it's the process of the butterfly, the caterpillar and the butterfly. We all were going through it. Well, and some people are going through it now, but it's that process. And so what I do want to say is that the reason I started more on Facebook with motivational stuff is because I kept looking outside of myself during the separation and divorce. I kept looking for, like, okay, I know I'm searching for something. And then I ended up having to stop and be like, it's all within me. I'm going to put what is inside of me out into the world, because that makes me heal. Right. And so I'm words of affirmation. So that's where I do all of my motivational memes. I call them memes, whatever. I say the word wrong. But anyway, and I put that out because that pours into me. And then what helps me helps somebody else. And if I could just help one person, that makes me feel like I'm getting closer to God.
Yes. And that's why we're here. HOPE, help one person every day.
Yeah. And I
love it.
Yeah.
And we had the gift of being in Nashville just in March and together. And that was so fun because for the first time you felt like, you finally get to hug, finally get to connect. And there's nothing that can ever beat that in-person, energy and everything. And so with this forward and congratulations on your promotion. What do you see yourself doing, like with your coloring group? Because I've seen you do some amazing things. Like, is that something that you all get together like on the side, or how does that work?
So right now it's only bi-monthly because of my time. I can only commit to bi-monthly. I've had the idea or the thoughts to teach some coloring, cathartic coloring sessions, because I created a four-step process model of how coloring helps heal, especially through grief and loss. And because it calms the chaos in your mind, right? And then you connect with your inner child, and then you just, through the process of coloring, you process, you organize all of the inner dialogue going on, and then you end up creating something. So those are the 4 steps. So down the road, like, I definitely want to put out my own coloring book. I want to write a book. How it's helped me. I want to teach like classes. So when we meet bi-monthly, it's literally just this. It's building relationships, having a community connect, because it's only twice a month. So it's not like, a lesson or any of that stuff. It's just, we come and connect and not feel so isolated online. Right. And that's been the biggest part for me this last 2 years when I moved back to North Carolina is building up my support in my community. So that's super important to me. But yeah, so I do the coloring as a way for adults to come and connect. And I actually, the funniest thing, I started a coloring club at school, and so many people, it within one day, I had administration tell me that it got filled up.
Really?
Mine was the highest interest club by adults and by students. So I know that the need is out there. I just am waiting for a period where I can take control of my schedule and have the time, because I don't want to not do it justice. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, or start, because sometimes that happens where you start something and then you fade, and then you're like back, and then it's like, it's just not consistent. So I totally get it.
But it's coming. So
I was going to say, I know it is. Like, I know it is because, oh my gosh. So with your promotion, I mean, is that follow just the school year? Is that, or?
Yeah, so it's 11-month position, but what the good thing is taking me out of the classroom, which is less stressful. But I get to pour into teachers and help build them up and build up my team. Basically, a leadership role, advocating and all of the things. So I will have. I mean, it's still school day, right? But so it's coming.
Yay! I'm so excited for you. And so, if there were that person that is tuning in that is like, okay, so you knew what your purpose, you knew what stepping into your calling, what you were here to do at a very young age. What if somebody's like, I still don't know, and I feel like life is just kind of stagnant for some reason? That's the question that I'm asking you. What advice would you give that person that feels like, Mary, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm an adult, and I feel like I should have it figured out by now?
That's a good question. And I'll go back to a friend that in 2018, that what they had said to me that triggered my growth and my change. One is, I'm just gonna ask you one question. Are you happy? Are you happy? And really, truly be honest with yourself in your soul. Are you happy? If you can answer yes to that, then okay, good. Don't make any changes. But if that's a no, do the inner work, go inward to figure out what you need to be happy.
Yes.
And find a solution to that, because that's what I did. And I think leaning in on whatever faith looks like, because I'm very spiritual. Like I'm Christian too, but I everything is in the divine, is source, is God. So whatever that looks like to you, lean in on that, because you are strong enough to get through this. God made you for a purpose, and you've got this.
I love it. And it is so true. Just that reminder, God made us for a purpose. So everyone matters. Everybody has a place. Everyone is unique. And I think sometimes when we get lost and think all the good stuff is for them, no, it's for every single one of us. So I want to say thank you so much for being here, stepping into it, and really just celebrating you, because this next step for you is huge, and it's just, my gosh, way to rock it.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. And I can't wait. This has been amazing. So
I love you. I love you too. And we're rock and rolling. You are one of the 61. We ended up with 61 guests. And it's just a beautiful thing. I'm somebody's going to have to make me like shut it off. I can keep going. So
you are doing great.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay. Bye-bye. Yes, too much fun, and we are rocking. Who's ready to see who we got next? We got Gina saying very spiritual, and Addie saying hugs, Mary. All right, so our next guest, I had the privilege of meeting her in person in Nashville at Movement Maker Live just this past March. We've got Miss Martha. Martha, good morning, beautiful. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Amazing for doing this bad, like wonderful thing for 24 hours. You look amazing. You look like you just started.
Well, thank you. That makes me feel good because, I feel like, are the bags kicking in yet?
No,
And
they're
what's
not.
happening here?
They're not. You're glowing.
So where are you tuning in from?
I'm in North Carolina.
North Carolina too. So,
Yes.
all right, we're in North Carolina. So
We're
let's talk
representing.
representing. So, hope. We're talking about hope and inspiration, and I know you've got a story to put out there. Just share from your heart.
Wow. It's early Sunday morning, right? The day that the Lord hath made. And hope is what I hung on to for many, many years when I had nothing else. I grew up in a religious cult and experienced unimaginable torture and abuse and trauma. And I escaped about 20 years ago now. And I've been trying to put my life back together for the last 20 years. And it's been a very difficult and arduous journey at sometimes, but hope is what I clung on to. Hope is what I clung on to before I knew God, before I knew faith, before I knew that there was something else that was supporting me, even though I didn't know it, didn't feel it. And now I know that that's the only way I got through it, right? But I had to hang on to that hope for a long time when I didn't have the connections, getting out of the cult because so many bad things happened in the name of God. I was mad at God. I felt abandoned by God. I felt hurt by God. And so it took me years to reclaim my faith and to step into understanding that God had nothing to do with the bad things that happened to me. Wow. And so now I, like you, just want to be a voice of hope, want to be a voice of light, want to be a voice of understanding people's struggle and understanding that trauma keeps us stuck, that pain keeps us stuck, but we are always supported and loved by the Creator and the Maker of the heaven and the earth. And that even though we don't see him or know him or feel him, he's there. And all we have to do is tap in. And that's where our hope really lies.
Wow. All we have to do is tap in. I love that. I love that. That takes me back. I think I said it earlier that God is so big. If you simply reach, you cannot miss, you know? And so 20 years of trying to, reestablish that relationship, heal from things. You have recently written a book, yes?
I have, yes.
I want to hear about that.
Yeah, so I finished writing a book and I published it in May of this year. And it's called Glory Going All In, Cult Survivor to Courageous Warrior. And it's just my story of being in the cult and then my healing journey and then the principles that I use to get out of the trauma, to start healing through the trauma. And it's done really well. And I'm really excited and blessed that anybody wants to read my story. But I think it's just understanding that shared trauma, shared pain, we've all been through stuff. We all have a story. And so some of us just find the courage to write ours, right? But everybody has a story. And I think that this is what my book taps into, is just understanding that pain is pain. Trauma is trauma. It doesn't have to be like cult trauma. Pain is just pain. And so I want to make those that are in pain or have experienced trauma to feel less alone. That it was the mission of my book, is just to help others feel less alone and understand that you don't have to stay in survival the rest of your life. You can step in to becoming a warrior. You can step into what God has called you to be. I talk about that a lot in the book, is like, what has God called you to be? What lights your fire? What makes you go, I got this. I'm standing for this because God put that in me, uniquely in me. And so like, that was the mission for the book. And that was the mission of everything that I do, is what did God create me to be? And am I doing the best that I can do?
Mm-hmm. So. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. Am I doing the best I can do? It makes me, I have lived for, gosh, I want to say this, that since at least 2010, where it became my practice of just do everything with the spirit of excellence unto him. Do everything with the spirit of excellence unto him, like in everything, in anything, like, and when it just becomes a part of you, it's like we've been talking about this. We are on fire, you know, for the Lord, and just sharing, because he's calling us forward.
Yeah.
In a mighty, mighty way. To not be quiet about it, you know, to not be quiet about it. So Addie says, good morning. So if people wanted to check out your book and support you, where would they go to do that?
So they can either go to my website, letgloryshine.com, or they could go to Amazon and just type in glory going all in, and it will come up as well. Either way, Let Glory Shine, or on Amazon.
Let Glory Shine. That is beautiful. That is beautiful.
You.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So what's next for you?
Wow. So I'm just in the flow, right? Like God has so many things a brewing, and I just feel like I'm on the life raft, and I'm like, God, you got me. Let's go. And I want to be present for every bit of it. But I'm speaking on a lot of stages over the next several months. I am doing a retreat for a group that is very close to my heart. And I am also just doing and showing up as my most authentic and best self for whatever God's called. I'm open to opportunities. Like I'm just staying open. And
that's awesome. We've got Emilio Roman on here saying powerful story, and Jenna Henry, good morning. Daniela, almost there, amiga. Yep, great job. This has been amazing. Thank you so much. And you know, it was amazing meeting you, Martha, because we met in person for the first time this past March at Movement Maker, and they put us through an exercise, you know, during the little women's group, and we got to actually sit across and hold hands and actually meet face to face, and that was so powerful. Yes.
I have that crown necklace that was given to me the weekend before I came and met you. And then I was like, this was for her. Like, I just felt such a connection to you. And I felt such a connection to your energy. And I felt such a connection to that whole experience. And so, yes, I was so attracted to your radiant light. And because like attracts like, you know, God's like, these people have to meet, and they have to cross paths. And you were one of those people that I met in Nashville that changed my life. You know, like that Movement Maker Live changed the trajectory of my life. My book came from that, like all this energy of like knowing specifically where God's taking me all came from that. And I got to meet you there. And that was just such a beautiful synchronicity.
That's like, it's just so exciting when you can look back and it's like, wow, you know, you can almost still feel it. We got Mallory saying that was so neat to do, and you know, Gina's throwing some hearts. So amazing, you know, amazing stuff. And so that last little bit to the person that is running really, really low on hope, what can you speak into them today?
This could make me cry. I was you not too long ago. I feel your heart. I hold your heart because I was you not too long ago. And sometimes the only thing we have is hope until we can feel the love and support, till we can feel that God's got us. Sometimes all we have is hope. And as long as you have hope, you have promise. So I would say, hang on, you got this. God's got you. Even when you don't feel it, he's got you. And hang on to that hope, because the promise is around the corner. And so it's, you know, I feel that so deeply inside of my soul, because we were all there not too long ago. And we still have days that trigger us, that bring us back to a place of pain, that bring us back to a place of not knowing, of question, of fear, right? Because we're human and things happen, life happens. but I stand on the promise, and I stand in the hope, and I hold the hands with the people that need it, and I say prayers over the people that don't know. Right? Because that's what we're called to do.
That was beautiful. That was powerful. And that said it all, like right there. Amazing. And Barbara's saying amazing connection. No, that the promise, you know, wow. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So I want to encourage people, check out Martha, check out her book. You are a beautiful soul. Daniela says amen. Like just that was just right there. And for the one person that needed to hear that, from hope to the promise, it's just yes. And that's really what it's all about. So I want to thank you so much for just spending, some time with us this morning and starting our morning off and sharing your heart. And please check her out. Check out her book. Give her a support because it's a beautiful thing that you're doing. And I'm excited to be in your world and to...
I'm excited to be in yours. You're like a big deal and stuff, Elena. You are like a queen. Queen.
Come back, queen. Come back,
queen. You are. I love what you're doing. I'm so inspired by you, and I'm just giving you a big hug and blessings to you, my friend. This has been so much fun, and I feel so blessed that you allowed me the time to be on this with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. I love you, girl, and I look forward to connecting again soon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, okay?
Absolutely. I'm going to stay on here and watch for a while and just be inspired on this beautiful Sunday morning.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, hon. Bye. Oh, this is where it gets like so powerful. So because it's almost like, I don't know if it's lack of sleep or if it's just God has just been flowing through me for like so long, but it is like so strong. And I love all of this. So guys, we have guest upon guest upon guest. We are in the final stretches, but we're not short of people that we are bringing on. It's a beautiful thing. I am honored to bring on L.S. Kirkpatrick right here. Good morning. Oh my gosh, you look beautiful. Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you. Tried to get my Christmassy stuff up. And
yes. Oh my gosh. I love it.
Little ring there.
Yay. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm great. This is a beautiful morning. But Martha was so powerful. Beautiful. So glad to hear her. And all your speakers. It's just amazing here today.
We are at 61. We actually, if every single one still shows up till the end, we will have tapped out at 61 guests in 24 hours. And it's amazing.
It's you're amazing.
Tell everyone where you're tuning in from.
Here. I agree. Here's your crown.
I love it. So tell everyone, where are you joining us from?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. We got Texas in the house. Somebody says, oh my gosh, loving your hair. Jenna says, love your hair. So I just had to tell you that.
Thanks.
So we had the gift of seeing each other in person finally in May. And that was amazing to be able to give you hugs and like actually have that moment to talk in person because everything is like this nowadays, which works. Yeah. But we're actually, sharing hope, inspiration, words of motivation and just encouragement. And I know that we've all been at those places that really felt dark at times. Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason, you've stepped through it. And I want you to be able to share that little nugget or the wisdom that you've gained from it and just pour into somebody that needs to hear it today.
I tell you, this is pretty prophetic. I'm just going to say it out that way. Last week during my devotions, I just kept getting this, by faith, by faith, by faith. This person did that. So that day in my devotions, here was all of this stuff in Hebrews. It says to have faith is to be sure of the things we hope for and to be certain of the things we cannot see. anyone doing anything, whether you're an entrepreneur, a writer, a poet, a mom, a dad, a kid, you've always got hope in something, and you need that faith to keep going on. Through faith, they fought whole countries and won. Let's see where. Thought I had them all written down here. I had so many. And it's talking about Abraham, through faith, Abraham. Here he was the father of nations. You know, him and Sarah thought they were never going to have children. They were too old. They were past it. And now they have more children than we can count. You know, and that was through faith, believing in God. Even though there's doubting along the way, you still have to have that faith to keep going on. It's like, yeah, for things unseen. I'm looking at your awards. You never saw those awards when you first started out. When your journey started, it started in pain. And you had no idea that those things were ahead, but you had faith that I need to keep going. I need to keep going. You know, if not for yourself, for your children. If not for them, do it for yourself. You know, you've got to have you talked about hope earlier, hanging on to that hope. And you have to have faith to hang on to that hope.
Yes. And, you know, it is amazing when you think of the words can almost be just interchanged, right? The faith, the hope, and how Martha said the promise.
Oh,
and
yeah.
oh my gosh, you know, and for some people, they just don't know where to get started.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they just don't know where to get started. And how do you work on filling up that faith meter? You yourself personally,
yeah.
how do you raise that?
That's interesting. You put it as a faith meter, because I don't see it that way at all. It's there. It's always there. It's like hope. Hope is always there. Someone said to me that hope is just something nice you say to people. And it's like, no, hope is there all the time. Hope is what you look for. Hope is what gets you through. Now, sometimes you may kind of lose sight of hope, but it's always around you. It's always there. You know, it's hope is the thing that when everything else is crashing around you, it's that hope that maybe there is something better out there. For you know, there's just been dark times in my life, as there are in other people's lives too. But in mine, you know, I lost sight of hope for a while. And my daughter came up to me and said, "Mom, are you going to get out of bed?" It had been 3 days. I'd really lost hope. And I told her, yeah. And then I stayed in there for a while, and I thought, what am I doing? How am I leaving a legacy? Is this what I want them to realize? Is this what I want them to see? And it's like, nope, it's looking at that hope. You know, I got that hope again. And faith is pursuing through it, even though you don't know what's on the other side. You know, where it says to be certain of things we cannot see. Faith is like, it doesn't matter whether I can see the end or not. I have faith that I'm going to get through there. Me writing my books, it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where it's coming from. And it's like, I just have faith that it's going to get done. You know, I'm writing my first graphic novel with my granddaughter, which is so amazing.
Are you really?
I am. It's kind of like been in the back of my mind. It's like, yeah, that's not really my genre. I don't know what I'm doing. But you have that faith that it doesn't matter that I know what I'm doing or not. You know, there's others who do know what they're doing. And so you talk to them, you learn from them. And so together we're learning this process of what to do. It's her story. She's got the amazing brain and the brilliance that goes with it. And so we're just kind of walking this journey together. And yeah, and so faith gets you through the fear. It gets you going every day. Hope is knowing that it's out there. Faith is saying, yeah, I'm just going to keep going because I know the hope is there. And then you get the victory. You know, I'm in a book some people already know about. It's called Born to Risk. Mm-hmm. And I have a little quote I came up with. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. I said, the greatest risk is the risk not taken. Are you willingly abandoning your greatest reward? Because with great risk comes great reward. So true. So true. I mean, look at all of the amazing people you have had on this Christmas in July and still coming on after me. And it's just fantastic. All these people supporting you and going through, but you took the risk to do a 24-hour, I could not do that. I was thinking about this last night, and it's like, nope, I'm going to have somebody there, because I would be sitting there talking, all of a sudden I'd fall asleep. So I would definitely have to have somebody there. But I mean, it's just amazing what you're doing, but you took the risk. You had faith that even though I'm going to take the risk, no matter what happens, we're just going to keep going. And you had the hope that you're going to touch somebody's life, that you're going to help somebody. And I think that's what it is for a lot of us, is we're not doing this for us. We're not doing this for our accolades. I mean, yeah, the awards and stuff are nice. I'm not going to deny that. But that's not all there is. What it is who are we helping along the way? Who are we serving along the way? Maybe somebody just needs to be uplifted that day, and you're there so you can do that. And I apologize to everybody for misspelling my own name. My fingers get going fast. This is why I have an editor for my books. I wish I had an editor for my text sometimes. But you see, it's just, things happen. Things go along the way. Yeah, so there's a mistake, but you go on. You don't focus on that. You focus on the hope, you focus on the faith, and you focus on just believing, knowing that something is there.
Yes, just believing. That's the huge part of it. To me, when I think of faith, it's a verb, it's an action, it's a decision, it's a choice, it's something I participate in my life every day, holding onto that faith. But to believe, that's like at the core of it all, and it just all has to work together. It all absolutely has to work together. And so if the book that you said, now, how many books are you in? Or how many books have you written?
I think if you combine them all together, I think it's about 29 right now. And I've only been doing this for 2 years. I did not have a whole bunch of books set up ahead of time. I was just writing stories for my grandkids, and I thought, it'd be fun to put them in a book because, they're so far away. So I put them in a book. I've taken pictures all of my life, done different photography courses trying to get good photos. And so I put the photos I had taken with the books and sent them off to them. And I decided I'm going to hire an illustrator. It was my daughter's friend. They grew up together, love their family, wonderful people. And she is this amazing artist. She doesn't normally do illustrations for children's books, so this was really tough. She's a perfectionist, and it shows in her work. But she did this, writing frogs in the backyard. Just amazing. My daughter says, you have to get this out to the public. And I'm like, whoa, no, scared. Don't do that to me. And it's like, but I only wrote it for your kids. Nobody else is going to want it. And it's like, yeah, well, that all changed. I found out there was more out there. But even at that, it's taking that first step. What's the Chinese proverb or Confucius or something that says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And that's where that faith comes in. Okay, I'm going to take that step. I'm going to step through my fear. I've got the hope that maybe I can do this. But you're never alone. That's one thing people need to remember. You are never alone. There are always people there. You need to seek them out and you find them. And yes, on this journey, I'm like, Lord, please give me somebody here with me physically so I can do this together so I don't miss appointments, so I'm not late. So, so I spell my name right, all of these things. But, it's still getting done. I've got 4 books that are coming out. They were supposed to come out in June, but I'm helping everybody else in their books. So I'm taking time, working on my books. And it's just, one thing after another. You just do what you can. I found my own illustrator. I found these. And part of it is, can I do this on my own? Can I stand on my own 2 feet? Do I always have to rely on somebody else? What if they're not there? I have a publisher that is no longer there. And there's my book with my publisher. And it's like, I don't like that feeling, because there's other people that wrote in this book. And so it's like, maybe I need to learn what to do. And the other day, it was probably last year. Yeah, I used to do genealogy for 40 plus years.
Okay.
I really got into it, did 5 books on that, for the families, and did our own genealogy. And my 7th great grandfather was a publisher. And it dawned on me, I am a publisher. How cool is that? You never know where your journey's going to take you.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it, you almost wonder, like, those passions that are inside that, get passed down. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to look back and see that connection.
It is.
So Born to Risk, that's the book that you're in right now. Is that the newest one?
That's the only book I think I'm in right at the moment. I've got a couple more. I've got The Art of Connection just came out. I've got The Change just came out. There's lots of them that are there, and they're all powerful books. Soul of a Diamond. All of these have these amazing, amazing stories, and they're not made up stories. These are real people's lives and what they're going through, how they did it. The Art of Connection goes 365 days. There's something every day. And just to warn you, I put unique way too many times, but I want people to know that they are so special themselves. My golden nugget is you are valuable, you are worthy, you are enough, and you do matter. You have a voice. You need to let it out, whether that's in books or speaking or just being kind to people,
That is beautiful. You have a voice and you need to let it out. That's gold right there. Like, mic drop. You have a voice and you need to let it out. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. So, we are down to what are we? Almost 8:15. And it has just been so amazing. Thank you for saying yes and wanting to be a part of this, and taking time out of your Sunday morning to be here as we are reaching, like, we've Australia, South Africa. I mean, it has just been an amazing journey. And so I just want to say thank you so much for pouring into us, sharing that bit of hope, talking about faith, and believing, and really just sharing what it looks like to be passionate about what you enjoy doing, because that's just coming off of you, and it's beautiful.
I tell you, Elena, I am so honored that you asked me and that you allow me to be here to speak. I mean, it really is a gift to be able to speak on someone else's platform and help lift them up, but lift up your audience as well.
Yes.
And I mean, if you don't mind, I'll just take one more minute. When I say you are valuable, it's because only you have made the choices you have made with everything that's gone on in your life. Nobody else ever will do that. Nobody else ever has. That really is what makes you unique, why I use that word so much. And that is where your value comes from. It doesn't come from the outside world, your job, your family, your career, your name, anything. It comes deep from in here. And that value is what makes you worthy to everybody else. And the value and worth together makes you enough. You don't need to be any more than what you already are. Yes, we always can improve ourselves. There's no doubt about that. But all of that is also what makes you matter, because only you come from a place that you come from. This is why you can have like 100 people doing the same business and it's going 100 different ways, because we all bring our own selves into it. It's just amazing. So let your voice be heard.
Yes, I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just giving you virtual hugs, and you just bring joy. And I appreciate you pouring into all of us this morning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is great. I love to start a day like this.
Yay. All right, Merry beautiful. Yeah, Merry Christmas in July. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your day. And we are in the home stretch. So keep the cheers coming. Keep the cheers coming. So I love you, girl.
Mwah.
Mwah. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? We got, I'm trying to check out comments. If you're there, let's drop, you know what? Drop some crowns. If you are watching and you are like gung-ho with me and we are like still pumped up before we bring on the next guest, who is another fabulous queen that I absolutely love. If you are watching this, drop some crowns. Drop some crowns. I need to see my crowns. Crowns or diamonds. So either one of those works just fine. All right. So who are we going to bring on next? This one is absolutely a gem. All right. She is a comeback queen in my book, and I'm just going to bring her on. Miss Ivy Perez. Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I have my coffee.
And I'm like,
dude, I want to know what you take.
Absolutely nothing. But it's thank you for being here. Tell everybody, where are you tuning in from this morning?
I am tuning in from Central New Jersey. Wait a minute. I'm a little puffy. You look fabulous.
I'm a little puffy too. They're in there. So let's talk about you.
Let's talk about me.
Yes, let's talk about you. Hope and inspiration, man. You have been laid on my heart. God has like said, Ivy, like you've just been on my heart. And it's been amazing to just be in your circle and watch you show up for so many. And I want to show up for you. Let's talk about you this morning.
Thank you. You know, I first of all, you're amazing. You're amazing. This is amazing. This is the third year. The first year, I think I kind of caught wind of it, but I didn't, and then the second year, watched a little bit. And then this year, like yesterday, I was glued 10 to 10. And then I was like, I got to go to sleep. Meanwhile, you're going strong. Amazing, just amazing. And not just all the speakers, just you being on and your questions and your energy and your present and all these things. I'm like, you're amazing. You give hope to people, seriously. But me, gosh, okay, there's so much to say. This morning I did my stretch and I prayed and I was like, just give me the words to just instill hope in someone, in one person. For me, there's so much I want to say, but I'll just go back a little bit. When I was little, we all have stuff little. And I remember when I was in high school, and this is in one of the books that I'm in, that I talked about this. And I remember having scissors in my hand and I was laying in bed. I think I was sophomore in high school. And I didn't want to hurt myself. I didn't want to hurt myself, cut myself or anything like that. I just had scissors in my hand. And I was kind of like hitting my stomach, but not to hurt me, but just because I was so confused and so angry and just so like, I didn't understand why things were happening to me and why people would say and do the things to me. I just didn't understand. I was like, I'm a good person. I'm nice. And I just, why? And I remember crying. And then I remember saying, which is one of the titles in one of my books, Education and Love. And I was like, I just want education and love, just education and love. Please, God, just education and love. And I went to Catholic school, like pretty much from kindergarten to high school, and then kind of got away from everything, religion and God for quite a while. And but the foundation was there. And I'm being called back. And this happened about 2 years ago. It's when it started. Last year, it got really strong to a point where I'm like, what the heck is going on, where things are happening? And I'm like, this is kind of crazy. Like starting to read the Bible, starting to talk to him, starting to like build a relationship. People who their faith is so strong is in my path. You are one. And I'm like, wow, like this is what I need. Like I really, really need this. And so like going back to the education love, I mean, that's all part of it. And it's part of just being educated by the people around me, teaching me, showing up for me. Because when I was little, we moved like every couple of years. So it was kind of like, what is it? The Venus flytrap. It opens, it closes, it opens, it closes, it opens, it closes. So here it is. We move and I close. I shut down. No one even knew me for a couple of years until I started to speak. And so I started to open up and kind of make friends, and we move again, shut down. So that's been kind of like my way of being throughout my whole life. And so it always takes me some time before I open up. So fast forward, went through a long period of my life where, alcohol played a factor, and it played a factor because I was numbing. I was angry. You wouldn't know it on the outside because I don't like to show that. Just like in this online space, I don't like to show, when things are bad. I always like to show the good side, the happy Ivy, the things that are going well, Ivy. But I think people also need to see the vulnerable side of Ivy. And that's very difficult. That's uncomfortable for me. And I started this coffee talk live thing. And the first day, I was very emotional. I said, you know what? I'm going to share this. And I had a girlfriend call me. She was very worried about me. She's like, I'm so worried about you because I know what's going on in your life behind the scenes. I mean, we have stuff. It's just life. And I'm like, I'm good. I'm really good. That came from a place of gratitude. Like I was in a real place of gratitude, even with all this stuff happening. And I say this to people all the time. You can be in the storm and still be grounded and have faith and gratitude in the storm. Because there's a lot of times, I know for me, and I'm sure a lot of people do this, it's like, okay, God, I don't like what's going on here. I don't understand. You've got something bigger for me. Okay, I'm going to go through this, and you just keep on going. It's like there's a saying, expect the worst, hope for the best kind of thing. Just have that hope in your heart that everything is going to work out it will work out for you, but you have to move forward. Yes, things happen. Yes, we get down on ourselves. Yes, we get, in that dark place. But don't stay there. We've heard this throughout these last 20 hours or whatever, 22 hours. Just don't stay there. Just keep on moving forward and keep on focusing on you. There's so much going on in this world, as we all know. And I tell people too, like, don't listen to the news. Like, and people are always, Ivy, did you hear about such and such? I go, I saw the caption, and I'll see the caption again 5 days later, and it's still the same thing. You get the blurb, you got what's going on. You don't need to inundate yourself with it, or it's good. It's too much negativity. It brings you down. It messes with your headspace. I don't have the bandwidth for it. I'm trying to figure out my own self and my own life. I don't need to focus on that and make me feel even worse than where I am, kind of thing. So I think for me, just imparting the hope for people is, one, shut the news off. And journaling is important. I know a lot of people don't journal, but just sit in silence. I know sometimes people feel like the whole meditation thing is sitting there, kind of thing. They're like, I can't do that. No, you could actually be going for a walk and don't have headphones in and just look at the landscape of your life and just look, just observe. Just if you see like a squirrel, stop for a moment and just enjoy that squirrel. Just observe. That's like just the beauty of what God has for us to enjoy. It's everything. It's feeling the wind. It's silly things. Okay, this is silly. When I go for a walk or whatever, and there's wind, and I see the leaves ruffling or rustling, I wave to her and I go, "Hi, good morning."
You know what?
Like the leaves are waving at me.
That's not crazy. I don't think that's crazy, because every time I see that, I always wonder who's with me, who's visiting. That's just like, I don't know. Did you ever see the movie Phenomenon? Years ago. I'm talking like old movie. I think it was John Travolta, like years ago. But there's the movie Phenomenon. Just has this big tree that just, it's kind of like spirit, if the energy. And I don't even know how old I was when that movie came out, but I'll never forget that. And so anytime I walk by and you know, leaves are going, I just always wonder, like, who's hanging out with me, who's visiting.
I love that.
all
Seriously.
all that to say, like, no, I don't think you're crazy.
Seriously. And I say to people, I said, do you ever like go for a walk and just, or whatever, you're out and about and you go, good morning, trees. Good morning, squirrel. Good morning, you know, whatever, birds, whatever. They're like, no. I'm like, oh, I do.
Yeah.
Whenever.
But do you realize, like, when you've got little kids that are like, if you to take a little kid out for walking, they do that. Good morning, chair. Good morning. You know, it's and when did we stop seeing things from that pure lens? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's part of just, you know, it's being present. It's just slowing down just a little bit. I mean, we can go, and there's part of our lives where we have to. But we also have to be conscious of the fact that if we slow down just a little bit, everything is still going to be there. It's not going anywhere, you know, and it's not that you're going to lose anything or something's going to escape you. It's just, it's there. This is for you. This is for your soul. This is for, you know, that peace and ease to just move forward with more calm in your day. And I don't know. I get on my soapbox with everybody all the time about this, just kind of like.
And I'm the one that's over here going, you're probably like, calm your ass down.
I'm very chill. And then I see, like, I have a girlfriend, like, she's go, like, go. And I'm like, do you ever kind of just like stay quiet and just sit and relax? Oh, yeah, I do that. I'll sit for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Boop, there she goes.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. But everyone is different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me with this and hope and just for people to understand, we know this consciously. We all go through stuff. And there's a poem that I tell people all the time, mostly when people are having relationship problems, but it's for anything. It's a poem called Reasons, Seasons, Lifetime. Things happen to you, people cross your path for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And when you read the poem, whatever you're going through, it's going to be like, oh, that makes so much sense. Someone may cross your path. It could be a day. Someone will do something that it just kind of like, why did that just happen? But it'll make you stop. It'll make you think, what did you do? How did that interaction? And it just gives you pause. It's like, okay, that person came into your life for a reason, to show you something, to do something, whatever. Then there's a season. A season could be a week, a month, a year, 5 years. And for whatever reason, that person will do something that will be like, I don't understand. It could be a breakup. It could be a betrayal or whatever. And as we all know, because we've all been through it, and that's a season. It's to teach us. It sucks. It sucks when we're going through it. It sucks when it happens. But if we can just understand that it's just life. Life teaches us. Life is a school. Like we go to school and we get a grade, A, B, C, or D, or F. But we get chances. We get chances to take a test again. We get left back maybe, or we take a grade over again. We take the course over again. We get those chances. And in life is the same way. We get chances. They don't always come around. It's like opportunities. Opportunities don't always show up when things are in alignment. Opportunities don't show up always when, you know, the money is there, kind of thing. It's like when an opportunity comes to speak or to do something, and it's you got to like sometimes just run with it, take it. If you can't, you can't. I mean, obviously sometimes you honestly can't, and that's okay too. It's like, okay, you just take a step back and like, why, what do I need to do to get better, do better, and kind of move in that direction. These are just signs letting you know that it's time to change. It's time to kind of shift and pivot and all these things. It's an energy. It's God, you know, it's either a pull for something you haven't achieved yet. You know, like for me, it's the triathlon that I'm doing. I hate to swim. I don't like the water. People are like, then why are you doing a triathlon? I go, it's just a pull. I got to do it. Like, I got to do it.
I love it. I love it. This has been absolutely amazing. We've got so many comments. I think our chat got like stuck because we got comments coming in. We got Barbara Beckley. We got Jenna Henry, Daniela. So I wanted to just share that I appreciate you so much. And I appreciate you taking time out of your Sunday morning to pour those nuggets with us and just help me calm down. So,
Well, when Elena Rodriguez asks you if you could speak, you stop and you say yes. And you do it.
Go, girl.
No,
I love you.
I really hope that I said something that was helpful or just brought up the energy, because we got 2 hours. I am amazed at you, girlfriend.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So yes, I want to just say thank you for pouring into us and sharing your heart with us. And I love you, girl.
I love you too. Like, I love you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We are rocking and rolling. I'm going to try to get my chat pulled back up here because it's almost like they all got stuck, and we'll just kind of see if they do or not. But guys, we are moving. Like, who is ready? Who is ready? I hope you are ready for this energy, because I know he is going to bring it. My dear, dear friend, are we ready? We got Emilio Roman. Good morning.
Buenos dias, mi hermana. I want to give you besitos, muchos besitos, and hugs to you. God bless you this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we are here because now is the time that we are pouring hope, inspiration, speaking into that person that wants to give up, and we just will not let them. And I know you've got a message to share. I know you've got some power behind you. So I want to just give you that time to share from your heart.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you for what you're doing. I have to share this with you. I say this all the time, and those who know me running with our, parallel communities, I always say, never get out of bed spiritually naked, right? And just say thank you, whatever your spiritual flavor is, if it's God, Buddha, whatever that is, but in all things be grateful, amen?
Amen.
And I tuned in this morning, this thing in my heart, I woke up, I was like, I'm going to be on this morning, right? For Elena. And as I said thank you, and as I'm going through my morning prayers, I tapped into your stream and I started crying. Like, I just was overwhelmed by the stories. And I'm like, here I'm getting out of bed, comfortable. And here you, mi hermana, have been up all night from 10 yesterday when I tuned in with David Chemensky till now. And I saw all these wonderful, Madeline Morales, a lot of people that we love, Mallory. And so I want to thank you. So I want to thank you, because without you, there wouldn't be this Christmas in July. Without your story, without your suffering, right? You blessed so many. So I just want to start there.
Thank you, because you just brought me to tears. So thank you.
Yeah. What you're doing is you're doing God's work for sure. And I want to thank you for the invitation. I got goosebumps right now, and So
you keep talking while you keep talking while I dry my eyes.
Sure. No worries. Listen again, and I want to thank L.S. Kirkpatrick. Her story this morning was so powerful. She touched me. The lady, I don't know her name, but she's from the Philippines. So there's so many. And of course, I didn't tune in for 24 hours, but I can tell you what, every single person that you had on spoke of at least one of three things. They spoke on hope. They spoke on a higher power, which was gratitude. And they all spoke about risk. Like, there was something in that message, every single one of them. And I'm like, wow. And I believe that's why I woke up this morning. And I was so filled with gratitude. And I was crying. And I'm like, I rarely, just start crying on Facebook. So thank you. Listen, I'm here however I can serve. This is what I'm here for. Yes.
And so, I know that you capture people's stories, and you do have this born to risk, right? What what called you forward to reach into people and pull that piece out in them?
You know, people my whole life, Elena, have poured into me. Okay, I mean, they poured into me without me going into the woe is me, my traumas. And yes, I was abused when I was 7 years old, not once but twice by family members. I come from this dysfunctional home, if that's the word that people can relate to. There's a lot of things in my life and a lot of people who poured into my life negatively, right? We talk about people pouring into, and they said, I wasn't going to go anywhere. I had a speech impediment problem. In Espanol, the word gago means one who stutters. It took me 20 years to finish a 2-year degree, right? Think about it. And I'm still waiting for the college to call it back and say, hey, because there was only one way, Elena, one way. And I'm getting around to the point. There's only one way that I was able to graduate, because they weren't counting on someone like me. I had math wasn't my strong suit. I always say my math is not very good looking, right? Like Celia Cruz. And anyway, it was the kindness and generosity of others that I remember most. We meet people, they come in and out of our lives, and you've heard it said before, we forget what people say, you may even forget their names, but we certainly don't forget how they made us feel.
Yes.
And people, little acts of kindness poured into me my whole life. And that's what I do. I wake up every day. Who can I serve? Who can I serve? As you know, I've had back surgery. I've had a lot of challenges, health.
Yeah, that happened just really recently.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm curious, because I remember I saw you at Jose's conference, after the surgery. And I remember I had a neck surgery out of nowhere. I was getting ready to go to John Maxwell, the licensing, the big thing. And he literally had to stop me. It took surgery for him to silence me so that he could tell me I was going to write a book. And I'm just curious. I know that it was like a sudden surgery. Did he speak to you during that time at all?
Who was that, Lena? Who spoke to me?
God. I'm asking.
John,
did
I'm
God?
sorry. You mentioned John Maxwell. I'm like, yeah, he's a cool guy too. But
Well, yeah, no, I was getting ready to, I was so excited, and I was getting ready to go to my John Maxwell certification, and I ended up having neck surgery, but God needed to shut me down for a moment so that I could listen to what he was telling me. It took something like that. So I was just curious, was he reaching you in a different way, God, and when you had to have that sudden surgery?
Thank you for posing that question. I never really thought about it that way, but I can honestly say this to you, that it certainly was challenging me. God challenged me right then and then, put me on the spot, because we have been pouring into Jose Escobar. We all love Jose Escobar. He did a great yesterday with you. And, he wrote his book, as you know, with us, and we supported him, and he continues to support us. So we've been planning in this whole year for his big inaugural CLA, which we're all a part of. All of a sudden, I had this unplanned, unexpected, unforeseen back surgery where I was on my back. I could only stay up for 30 minutes at a time, and I had to be on the ground. And all of a sudden, I had to make a decision. I was one of the meet sponsors and all this other stuff. And I was like, I'm going to let Jose down. I'm going to let people down. There was this chatter in me. And I tell you this, Elena, God spoke to me through the challenge, right? To okay, the greats all work through it. Anybody who we admire, they go through the mud. So if God spoke to me, and I believe he did now that you posed the question, it was through that. What are you going to do now? You can certainly stay home comfortably, or you can get up. And here's what happened. When you saw me when I was there, I was only there the first day for one speaker. And I had to go back, and the rest be, because I was only 4 days into my surgery. And they
which is
told me,
amazing.
I was in the most excruciating pain in my life. The second day, Elena, I was only able to listen to 3 speakers. And then I was out again. And we love to pour into people. That's just like you, right? My whole life has been I almost said my whole life's been a charity case. People have poured into me. My education for Catholic school, I got paid for through the Catholic Church. And by the way, I got left back in first grade because I didn't know how to read. I had a stuttering problem. And so people with little acts of kindness just changed my life. And I just vowed, with me and God, and God has always been the center of my life. And I always say that fulfillment rests on the cross. Because given all the dysfunction, the trauma, the rape, I was selling drugs when I was 7 years old. We can go into it. We can go into all that. I was selling drugs at 7 years old. I didn't even know it.
Wow.
And today, you see how we do. I got goosebumps. We talk about, you had Austin Haynes yesterday. And I love Austin Haynes. We love him. Austin Haynes says, expect it, accept it, and get past it. And that's what I do. The challenges are coming. I'm not in denial, right? I'm not in denial. And one of the things, if you don't mind me sharing, when I come on to speak, when I'm on a stage, and I'm going to do it again when we do the August 17th here, Philadelphia, I always come on and I'll say, before we come on, the most expensive thing that you and I will ever own will not be a home, will not be a car, or even an education. It's a closed mind, right? So keep an open mind about what we're going to share today. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here today because everyone has already heard the stories. You're coming down to an end. Because think about that. Imagine if I wasn't open-minded to be given the opportunity to go to Catholic school. I'm like, Catholic school? I can't even get out of public school. And I flunked out by the time I was in 9th grade, mi hermana. I was so depleted. I want to go back to public school. But then the following year I ended up with all A's. And it wasn't because of me. Wow. It was because my sister, we're all connected. And if you don't, if you will indulge me in this, how many speakers have you had to date?
We are at, I think, like 59 or 59 right now.
59?
Yeah, we only got a couple more and we're reaching 61.
Amen. Amen. Bless God. And so I want people, if you're watching this on the replay or live, imagine with all of these speakers, I want us all to just imagine all of us connected because we already are. Okay. All holding hands right now. And we're going to hold this. Everybody's holding this. All of us from Indiana to New Jersey to LS in Texas to, again, we had Ivy from New Jersey. We're all holding hands. And here we go. No one's letting go. And the minute the last person connects here, and if one person in the third row, if one person breaks the connection, they break it. We're all tethered. We're all interdependent. Yes. And I truly believe when you see me on Facebook saying mi hermana, mi hermano, I believe I'm my brothers and sisters keeper. Like this isn't some cutesy branding thing for me. I truly mean it from the heart. Yes. I know some people think I've got a hidden agenda. Listen, my whole life people have poured into me. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for an opportunity. And when I speak, when I speak, butterflies and unicorns are not coming out of my mouth. In fact, I'm pretty abrasive. I turn a lot of people off. But those who know me, know my heart, they know. They know. And I don't need to explain myself or justify. So I'm going to thank you again for this opportunity. Absolutely. Because you are really inspiring and influencing so many with this little act of kindness within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful thing. And the thing here is abrasive, blunt, honest. My dad used to tell me, because I kind of just say it like it is, but I don't, because it's just pure. And I used to always feel weird about that. Like I would put people off or I would come across, just this way. And he would say, I thought I was too simple, right? Because I could just get to the point. And he said, you're not simple, you're honest. And there's a difference. And I think sometimes when we are here for a bigger purpose than ourselves, and we value the time that we are given, we get right to it. And because we care and because God has given us that place to be able to say it. And he's at a point, God is at a point where we are to boldly step forward. We are to boldly step forward. And when you say we need to hold on and we need to hold on and keep that tight, we are given a responsibility, because we're not winning against this darkness that is pushing. And it is up to us to say the hard things, to push push hard in the right direction. And we've got to come together to do that. We absolutely have got to come together to do that. So if people take that as being blunt or hidden agenda or this and that, you know what? God's got it. God's got it.
Amen, beloved. Listen, I'm admiring you today, and I know I speak for a lot of us when we're like, wow, could we do that? LS said it. LS said, I couldn't even spell my name right today, LS.
And I'm trying to read going,
and we love her. She is doing tremendous. Oh my gosh, she's helped us out with our book. She's currently a lot of us. I mean, again, I don't do this thing that we do alone. Like, I can't. Like, this isn't me. Remember, I got it back in first grade because I didn't know how to read. Yet today, it just kind of keep it on topic. I'm in the Guinness World Record. We talked about that the other day for being one of the most authors signing a book simultaneously. Like, who would have thought, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really about everyone else pouring into me.
Yes.
And all I want to do is pay it forward, just like what you're doing.
Love it. I love it. Well, I have to say thank you so much for your support, for your sponsorship this year, for making this the beautiful experience that it is, and for making me cry today. So thank you.
You made me cry when I got up, when I saw you. So we're even.
We're even.
Listen, just count on this. Danielle and I, you can count on our sponsorship. You don't even have to ask. We're already in for next year. I'm going to encourage everyone watching this. If you are in for next year, put in, I'm in. And that way she doesn't have to work as hard next year to bring this together. Amen. So promise me, say,
Amen.
I'm in, and support her.
I need you to actually be in, because believe it or not, I did have to turn some people away yesterday, because you know what, when you got the work to do and you got things to put together, there came a point where I'm like, I can't this year. And I hope that next year, if you want in, we get you in, because we had 38 guests. I think it was 38 last year, and we are at 61. Like, that's amazing in a year's time to grow that much. So thank you so much, hermano. And I love the conversation, and I appreciate you sharing your time with us on this Sunday morning.
Amen. Thank you. Life shrinks or expands according to one's courage. Okay.
Yes. Thank you for that. I love you, brother.
Love you too, hermana. God bless you.
Oh man, yes. Barbara Beckley says, I'm in definitely next year. Daniela, I'm in. Nikki, I'm in. Jessica, I'm in. And so that brings me to our next guest, guys. We are rocking, we are rolling, and I am going to be bringing on a fellow queen. Let me just put it that way. All I can say is let me just bring my girl on here, Miss Nikki Cuesta. Good morning, beautiful. How are you? Oh, are you on mute? Can you see? Are you muted?
Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning.
Yes,
How are you?
I was so excited. I am good. Girl, let me tell you, you warm my heart every single day with just what you pour into this world. And this is nothing short of phenomenal. So 3 years in a row, just giving hope, and I'm 100,000% all in it.
I love it. I love it. You know, you and I, we have a special bond. You know, we just do our stories run like basically parallel to each other, and it's just amazing to be there as a support to one another. But this morning is all about you being able to pour some hope and inspiration into someone out there that maybe just needs to be lifted a little bit. So can you speak into them?
Absolutely. First, I want to say I just heard Emilio Roman, who gave me a dose of hope 2.5 years ago when he asked me what my story was, and then got both of us in a room. And when you get that in your life, you have to pay that forward. You have to really dig deep and say, what is hope, right? What do we want to do in this world? What legacy do we want to leave behind? How do we want to impact others? And then you just do it. You just do it. So yes, our journey has been parallel for the last 2.5 years, and it has been wonderful to really see it grow, right? But you don't see it grow unless you're in the mix, unless you're consistent with nurturing those relationships. And what I want to share with those that are listening and watching and all those speakers, I have not been able to see everyone because I've been at an event this last 2 days, which really brought some eye-opening content to my life. Like I was convicted.
Ooh, I want to hear some of that.
So it's all about branding your speech, your stories, what has happened in your life, what pivotal moments have happened in your life that we're just not telling. We tell the good, we tell the successes, but sometimes we keep in those shameful stories that we probably have been through, not knowing that they're really not for us. They're really the lessons that God has placed in our lives to experience so that we can, again, let people know you are not alone in this. Like life is not meant to be lived alone. And when you brand, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, you have to give everyone all of it. Your whole heart. It's not just go in and try to create impact without shedding the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I just hope that if you have a story in you, you have a book to write, you have a business to start, you have a family to help and bring to what God has for them and for you, like it's your obligation to do that. Like you cannot.
It is.
You can't keep that to yourself.
No, it's basically a responsibility, man. Like we've got to be able to use that forward. I absolutely love that of sharing those bits that you kind of still keep to yourself. That's deep.
Yeah, definitely deep. And there are some stories that I have not shared. So it opened up my eyes to see in what forums, on what platforms, and how deep I want to go to share that, because life ain't easy. Life is not easy. We didn't get to where we're at today if we did not hit some brick walls. And but I'm grateful. I'm grateful for each and every one of them. And Sister Sonia, who you love and adore, and we know, right? She's part of our community. She gave 2 speeches, one on our platform and Ladies of Leadership about gratitude, about the walls don't kill you. They're there to teach you the lessons, right? It can't break you because God has that. Sometimes he needs to get you really close to it to realize that there's more to life and there's more to being in community and really sharing and really giving what you were called to give, as well as her gratitude. Thank you for everything. Thank you, God, that someone never, that this company that I worked for 14 years never gave me the supervisor or manager position I felt I deserved, because it wasn't for me, because I wasn't supposed to be there forever. It definitely molded me to get me the skills and the mindset and everything that I needed to do what I'm doing today. But boy, I was mad back then. It broke my heart because I worked hard for it. But you know what? When you settle in and you reflect and you step into your calling, you know why that happened. So what I want to tell our viewers and listeners is start paying attention, start journaling your thoughts, your actions, your mood swings. Why do you react or don't react to certain things? And start building what your core values are. And once you know who you are, your identity, because that's most important, you can't deliver anything at the highest level if we don't know what we're doing and why we're doing it. And that I learned also this weekend. Not that I didn't know, but it was just a great eye opener for that.
Yeah. And sometimes things just hit you different at different times, you know? So it's like, it could have been something that you heard at one point, but for whatever reason, it just was received differently, you know? And hearing you, it's amazing because by sharing some of those stories that maybe you kept to yourself, I'm like chuckling to myself because there's one that I know I need to share, but not right now.
I hear you, girl.
But it makes me laugh. I actually just told my sons about it not too long ago, and like their mouths dropped when I said, hey, you know, back in the day, I had to figure it out. It was just the three of us. And so you got a clever mama over here, and I got creative. And it is a story I will share someday, but it made me chuckle because that's exactly the thing that popped in my head when you said that. And we all have them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they make a difference. They make a difference, but they all have a time and a place, and that's okay.
Yes. So what is next for you? And I want to just ask because, you know, we're constantly, I'm watching you just build and build and grow and grow. And so what do you have coming up, or what do you have going on in your world right now?
Yeah, so we have lots of things coming up. A couple anthologies that will be out this year with our community, Ladies of Leadership. We have our retreat next year. We are officially launching our Empower to Inspire tour in Vegas in May. So look out for that. But the biggest thing is that I want to celebrate our 2-year anniversary of Ladies of Leadership this November, live in Philadelphia, where we just want, whether you're in our community or not, we want to give you your flowers. We want to bring women into one space and really share community together and just showcase how we can do it well together. Plenty of opportunities for, like, my mindset is always like, sky's the limit. Like, there is unlimited opportunities if you're 100,000% all in, if you're committed to the mission, to the journey, to the calling. And we want to highlight that. We want to highlight every woman in our community and those that don't know that we exist in our sister communities, like Warrior Women, When Women Empower, Empowered by Joy. And I can go on, The Gathering Haven, because though I'm part of their community and I have my own, we're still doing it together. And I love it. So
that is beautiful. That is so beautiful. And, you know, for us, having come into each other's space, that's what, 2.5 years now? We're at 2.5 years now. This is just an example of, you know, and when we talked about this like early in the Streamathon yesterday, of showing up and saying yes, you know, showing up for yourself. And when you talk about going all in, I always envision that little pinky toe that's trying to dip into the water, but wants to just make sure that it's, you know, it feels good, it's not too cold. But you know what? Sometimes you got to just jump in and just go for it, because otherwise, like, how will it ever truly become the thing that it can become if you aren't already all in for yourself, you know? All in for yourself. So I'm feeling that. And I absolutely love you. And, you know, I respect you. And I just want to say thank you.
Oh my goodness, Elena, you have, everyone has come into my life at the right time 2.5 years ago when we shared that room together. You drove from Indiana. I drove from Philly. We can tell the story over and over again. It will never really change, because what we did is we leveraged and we took advantage that we were able to meet and then take it outside of that room and continue the journey. And that's really where it is. It's not just go to these events, come on a Streamathon. If you're not paying attention to each other, seeing who lights you up, who gives you those chills, connect with them. Never be intimidated. Someone could be way ahead of the game, or someone could be just getting started. Pull them along, reach out forward. That's what this is about. And that's what we've been able to do and showcase. And everyone that you had on you have had that type of impact in them, and it's no different, and it's going to continue. And I just pray over your ministry and what you're doing for these families. And this is what we're supposed to do, right? When God tells us, hey, go 24 hours with no sleep and pour your love to the world, and you do it, that is showing up. True, authentically yourself. I adore you. I love you. And we will continue this. I can't wait 10 years from now when we're just looking back and we're continuing to create this impact around the world. Let's go global, baby.
Go global, baby. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. And, I appreciate you starting your Sunday, with us and pouring into us, because we are in the final hour. Like, we are in the final hour stretch, and we're waiting we got 2 more guests. That is it. 2 more guests coming on, and we will have reached 61 guests in 24 hours. And so I'm just curious, who do we even have there? I can't even see. It looks like I've got 14 people on between YouTube and Facebook. So if you are there, drop some crowns, because that's mine. Crowns and diamonds. I want to see crowns and diamonds. I just want to say
like
thank
they
you.
are definitely on there.
Yeah. Yep. I'm like, I can't see any names right here, but that is all good. But I just want to thank you for spending your time with us, for showing up on a Sunday morning, and just for your love, girl, just for your love.
Absolutely. I'll show up every single time. Love you, girl. Keep rocking
Love you
it.
too.
Close it out with you this day, and you have a great day. Definitely get some rest.
I will try. Bye-bye. All right. We are in the final hour. And so we are going to bring up my sister from another mister, Miss Allegra. Good morning, beautiful. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing absolutely wonderful. So you tell everybody where you're tuning in from.
So I'm tuning in from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I just have to say, Elena, that you are gangster to stay up as long as you have been up, girl.
You heard it. You heard it from her. I'm gangsta.
Totally. I just have so much respect for you, and it's amazing what you have been doing. So I'm tuning in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. So right now it's 7:03 a.m. where I'm at. So beautiful Sunday morning. And I'm so grateful to be here on this event that you've been hosting and just giving the world so much hope that you are. I'm just so proud of you and so grateful that I know you. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely love you. So we are talking hope and inspiration. And you and I, we can dig into this topic because you have come through such a journey of healing. And I shouldn't even say come through, because we're all still going through it. But I know that you have words of inspiration that you can speak into that person that just doesn't see quite the light yet. And I want you to just pour your heart out and share whatever God is laying on for you to share.
Certainly. Thank you. So the person that I'm talking to out there is a person that has lost hope. And if I get emotional, it's okay, because part of what I'm speaking about is honoring your emotions and honoring how you feel as a human being. And that's the first thing, is that to the person out there that feels like there's no tomorrow and there's no chances for you, I just want you to know that there is. And I wanted to speak about 3 things today. And the first thing that I want to speak about is how shame kills hope, right? So many times, if you've ever made a mistake out there, raise your hand. I know I have made several. And mistakes are something that can either help us grow or they could define us, depending on how we choose, right? What we choose for our life. So the second message, and I'll go into detail about this later, but the second thing is God loves you regardless, period, point blank. And I think that's such an important message to share, because so many times myself included, I feel like people are turned away from God, not because of God, but because of what other people put into them or tell them about what God thinks about them. And so my message today is that God loves you regardless. You are his child and you are loved forever just because you exist, just because you were born. The third thing is don't ever let people tell you who you are. So honor yourself, honor your truth, honor your authenticity, honor your vibe, honor your uniqueness, honor who it is that God made you. Because just as you said, everybody on this earth was put here for a specific reason and purpose. Now, going back into the shame and the mistakes that many of us may have made or have made, that's a natural human experience, right? So sometimes when we make mistakes, certain mistakes are tied to shame, right? I've made mistakes that have made me shameful. And the reason that I said shame kills hope is because shame is something that is like a chain that you carry around, right? So the way that I worked on my shame was that I started to work on myself. And if you're in that deep and dark place, I want you to know that, yes, God is going to help you, but you got to do the work, man. You got to show up every day. I show up every single day, and sometimes it fucking sucks. Even when I'm teaching, Zumba and my body hurts, and I mean, I have pain, but you got to show up every day like your life depends on it, because it does. If you're in that dark place, yes, your life depends on it, and you better fight like it does. And so whenever you work on yourself and you start to make those changes, you're literally taking God's hand and saying, I believe in you. And I love the concept that you have about surrendering, because I have found that when you surrender, when you want to control things, you're fighting. When you surrender, but you take God's hand and you trust and you have faith that you both will work this out together, that's like a power duo right there. You and God combined, and you doing the work is just amazing. So yes, change. If you're in that dark place and you want to change your life, then start working. And sometimes that's really hard. Sometimes it sucks. Sometimes it involves crying. Sometimes it involves feeling really uncomfortable around people. And sometimes it involves feeling really uncomfortable and hurting, like physically, for example. For me, the healing process of the trauma that I have experienced throughout my life has been a very difficult one, but it's also been very gratifying. And I realized that until I started showing up for myself, until I started showing up for the ball game, I was losing. And so, I think it's so important to be the first person that always has your back. And the other thing that I had is that how much are you going to participate in your own rescue if you're in that dark space right now, right? So I look at it as a rescue team, you and God. What are you willing to do? Because you can't just sit at home and continue to make poor choices and continue to do things that are not good for you and your evolution of your spirit, and continue to be successful. That's not how it works. You have to partner with God. You cannot work against him. And sometimes that involves just really looking at ourselves and our choices and surrounding ourselves with people that love us and that really truthfully care for us, and that are going to tell us when we mess up. They're going to tell us, hey, I think you could do so much better than this. That's really important as well. So I think that those are all really important messages. But for me, the thing that I've learned the most in the last 3 years is that God loves me regardless. And I am so glad to every day just be getting rid of some of the shame that I've carried. As it leaves me, it's so freeing. I feel just elevated, and I just want everyone out there to know that if you're in that dark place, yes, you can change it. I have been in some very dark places and surrounded by some very dark people, and I am not there anymore. And there is hope for you, and you can do it too. And I believe in you. You just have to start believing in yourself and showing up for the ball game.
boom. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That, like, I'm trying to like capture every single nugget because, girl, like, you just dropped them. Like, I want to go back to like number one again. Like, I was taking it all in. I'm like, oh my God. I got to go back to the rescue team. You and God together make the rescue team. What, I have never heard that. And what a powerful statement, and what a vision to hold into your mind in those moments when you do feel like you are crumbling to pieces and you just don't have it to stand up and go again. And you and God coming together, creating that rescue team, it's like, wow, like you're going to make me cry because that's just beautiful, you know. And the shame, oh my God, like did that like touch everybody else like it touched me? Because I was just feeling you just be the vessel through that message. Like when did you write that, or did you just have bullet points? Like what the heck, that was beautiful.
Thank you, Elena. And I literally just surrendered, and I'm just so grateful. I really am. And thank you so much for all of your support, because you have been part of my healing journey, and I will forever be grateful for you. And I'm always in your corner. So you got me for life. In order to get rid of me, it's going to be hard work, girl.
And I think that's why I'm like so emotional, because it's like us coming into each other's lives just a couple years ago. I mean, I remember the conversations and you being afraid to even speak of your just your story. And I'm sitting here like, this is beautiful to me because why ever God chose me, but I'm sitting here watching you. And I see the growth. I feel the love, the power that is exuding from you, the strength that is flowing through you. And to know that it's just a few short years ago, that wasn't there. And that's the power of God in your life. Like witnessing it is so incredible. And so I do. I want to dissect that apart, because starting with number one, and you talk about the shame, right?
Yes.
So many people. So we've all made mistakes. Every single one of us has made mistakes. Every single one of us has made choices that we're not proud of, that we wish, you know, that we're probably glad there was no social media back then because it's not recorded anywhere. Like we've all made huge mistakes. And for whatever reason, some people choose to be seen in it and allow God the forgiveness, and others hide. They hide, and they think that they're no longer worthy, and they think that they've created something so bad that God could never like forgive them. And so that piece of shame is huge, to understand that God doesn't carry that over us. You know, he doesn't carry that over us. And wow. But the rescue team, how did you come up with that one?
Well, I'm a very visual person, and I have a really good imagination. And honestly, like, I was just thinking about, like, what am I going to share? What am I going to share? And I didn't know, you know, and I'm learning this. I'm learning how to share. So this is new for me too. And the shower inspired an idea, like, about the rescue team, you know, like that you have to show up and you have to do the work. And just like you said about the shame, Elena, I have been there to that point that I felt that I had been so bad and made so many horrible choices that God didn't love me anymore. And you gave a perfect example. And the way that I visualize it, because I'm very visual, is a person. You know, when you visualize the person that's hiding, I want to speak to that person today that's hiding. And I want you to know that it's okay to come out, because when you come out, God is going to be waiting for you on the opposite side of wherever you're hiding from, because he wants you to seek him and he wants you to feel his love, because he loves you. And that never stopped. It's just that you thought that it stopped. But even through all of your shame, he always loved you. God always has loved you. So I just wanted to share that, you know, and the rescue team, I feel like it's so important because I have done it and I have seen it. I have been in a horrible place, but I have not done anything to get out of it. And I have seen people that may be so far, you know, down and in their luck and in their life that they feel like they can't do it. But step by step, you know, you feel like you have, I'm talking about like just different goals. You feel like you have a goal. You feel like you need to increase your physical fitness, get up every morning. And if you can only do 10 minutes, then do 10 minutes, because that's 10 minutes to your goal. Next week, 10 minutes is going to turn into 20, into 30, and so on. So that's how you take God's hand. And that's how you help him rescue you, is you show up and you show up for yourself and you love yourself unconditionally as he loves you, as God loves you.
Yes. Amen. I love it. I love it. And my sister says that she remembers when I came home and told her about the girl I met, and that was you. I got home from Nashville that year, back in 2022, and you know, because I'm just like, I was just coming out of, I was like that turtle, you know, that just was slowly trying to stick my head out of the shell, because you come out of a toxic, emotional, abusive relationship, you're afraid and you don't know anybody and you don't want to be seen, and you think, if I stick my head out, is somebody going to just chop it off? You know, because the people that you trusted the most, the people that were closest to you, you know, those are the people that hurt you the most. And so here I'm in an environment, I knew absolutely nobody. Me and Michael Faber talked about this yesterday. I just showed up. I didn't know anybody. And then here I meet you, and I'm like, I think she's like my sister.
It was just so cool. It was that feeling for me too. And like I said, I'm forever in your corner, forever grateful for you. And thank you so much for everything that you do for this world and the light that you bring to it. And wow, I'm just so grateful to have been here today.
Thank you. I absolutely love you, sister. Thank you so much for sharing that powerful message. I am so glad that we have this recorded, because I got to listen to all of that again. I'm just like, whoa. It's awesome. It's awesome. So I love you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. I am like, yes, I said she reminds me of Aunt Vi. I am just like a ball baby. Emilio Roman had me crying. Now Allegra has me crying. Like, everybody's got me crying. So that's the beauty of it. And so here's the thing. I don't even know what time we are. What time are we? We're only 9:15. I am waiting for one more guest who I don't know where he's at. It's my husband. He might have fallen asleep. I have no idea. But I'm going to try to message one more time and be like, what time you coming on? What time you coming on? In the meantime, do I have any volunteers that want to come on? Because I know you all don't want to listen to me talk for the next 40 minutes. So anybody? Let's see here. I just got to find where he's at. And who do I got there? Who do I got there still? Let me see if he's on. Can you come on? And let's do this here. I'm going to say, come on. We are on live TV. And that's what happens. Let's see. What we got? He was up too late with us and Barbara. That's right. I did. It kept Charles up all night long. He could be asleep. So we got a couple options. Do I have any volunteers? Does anybody want to come on and share with us to bring us into the final stretch? Because we are in final stretch. You've got this time. If you got the time, just drop a comment and I will send you the link and you can come on. If not, you're going to just listen to me talk for like the next 40 minutes, because I am making it to 10 a.m. Eastern for our 24 hours. Let's see what we got here. Where'd everybody? Oh, I'm like, where'd everybody go? There we go. Hey, Tay, you want to come on here, girl? I see you are up. Who else? Let's see. We got Gabby. Gabby, you want to come on here? Christina, I see some people on here. Anybody want to come and say hey? I can send you the link like right now, and you can bring me into the final stretch. Or I'm going to sit here and stare. Sit here and stare at you. Oh, wait. Okay. All right. Well, you're going to get me then, because I don't see any comments coming through. Let me see what we got. I see my sister giving arms up, arms up. Ivy said yes. Oh, Christina said, I will. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Barbara, it's the same link. How about we just all get on? That would be fun. Let's do this. You know what? This is what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to do this. I'm going to bring Ivy on here because she just logged on, but I'm actually doing something. I'm posting the link. And if anybody wants to join in, come on in. And I totally mean that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because we are down to the final 39 minutes. So share, why did you want to jump on here?
It's after I finished, I remembered I texted a girlfriend of mine and I said to myself, I don't feel like I said anything impactful. Because when you're in it and you're talking, you don't really hear yourself. You're just talking. And then I tried to reel myself in. I was like, I don't think I said anything impactful, but I did receive a message from someone privately that said, thank you for what you said with regard to the education and love. And I'm like, thank you for that. So yeah, you never know what you're going to say and how it'll resonate with someone, even though you feel you may have not said anything. Hello, Miss Nikki Cuesta.
And that is absolutely true. And that's why we do this, because someone somewhere needs you.
Yeah.
And that's really what it boils down to. Somewhere someone needs you. And the words that you share are received by someone. And that's why we're here. Period.
Yeah.
Hey, Queen.
Absolutely. Hey, Barbara.
Miss Barbara has been up with me all night. All night. She went on live at 12 o'clock midnight my time, which was at 11 o'clock her time, and then came back on with my sister and my husband. And I mean, we were just having a soap opera party, and it was So tell me, why did you choose to jump back on? What do you want to share?
Because you asked. No. No, I'll say because these wonderful queens, if they want to say something, I just jumped back on because I just want to just tell everybody, please say that you're in next year. This is phenomenal. I mean, this takes a village, and the Queen Bee put it together. This is her 3rd year. Congratulations. And that's why I was up with you for the whole 24 hours, because it's just mind-boggling. It's just, and God is just all in it. I mean, he's all in it, all over the place, all up and down in it. So nobody can't question that. So we're going to put that to the side. But I just want to say from me to you, Queen, I just love you, the love of God. You just are just amazing. Everybody's been, saying that. And I'm like, oh my God, he used you so much. And, I just looked at for next year and the year before, this is going to go on for years. This is a legacy telethon. So I just, from my heart, from my soul, just thank you. Thank you for listening to his voice.
Thank you. Thank you, because honestly, it's different this year. It's different this year. Year number 1, it was just Jerry Lewis Telethon. Keep the Christmas Widow awareness. It was still more for me, and using my experience to keep my dream in alive, right? And then year 2, it was like, wow, that was kind of beautiful. That was kind of beautiful. We can make it better. You know, that was my thinking. Like I learned lessons, and so we can make it better. And coming into this year, it wasn't like even about me or that awareness. It was knowing that it's about hope. It's about the circle of hope around the globe. It is not about anything I'm doing. Hey, sissy. My sister's back. So this year it feels different because I'm different.
Yeah.
I can see, Lena, I can see this going more than 24 hours. I'm just telling you that right now. Because you got from 30 some. Think about this. I know she's probably real. What? But
no, I know it, girl.
Do it alone. First, you're not going to do it alone. You got a community here. Look at all these people. I mean, look at your sister. She's been up all 24 hours. So I mean, you can swap out and get co-hosts, but just giving you ideas here. Just like you always give us so many ideas to grow us. Yeah, we're here to just supply it right back to you in the love. So I can see this going more than 24 hours and having more in this building to 100 to 200. I mean, yeah. So many.
And I feel you on that, because I actually wanted to do that this year when I had to turn people away yesterday. Like I literally had to tell some people, like, you know, because they heard about it, or, you know, what are you doing? And this is amazing. And I added people, you know, and it was just like, come on in. And then I got to a point where like, I can't, like, you know, I have to stop at a certain point, but I clearly was like, I wonder how long I can go. You know, I wonder how long I can go, but we need to prepare for that. But I want everybody to meet my sister, because not everybody like has ever seen my sister.
And not like this. I didn't want it like this.
So she's in Texas and I'm in Indiana, and she's my biggest cheerleader. So I'm gonna see.
Yeah.
Addie says that she tried. I'm going to put the link and see if she's able to get in. I'm not sure. But this has been absolutely amazing. And like I said, I was trying to see if my husband is supposed to like bring me into the final stretch.
Barbara, can you believe it? He didn't make it with us. What the heck?
See? Because he put that hash replay, remember?
Yes. He was nuts. He was wound up. He was funny.
Yeah. He was like, all you got to do is do hashtag replay, and it lets people think you actually like watched it. I'm like, oh my God.
I was like, thank you so much for doing that, telling people.
So here we are, and I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to ask me anything you want. How about that?
Absolutely. First, I want to just say I jumped on. I just want to say I jumped on because we are your rescue team as well. We have to be able to show up for our sisters when they are in need. So that's why we just poured right back in, because again, your message is so powerful. But I have a question for you, Elena. When this is your third year, for the first 2 years, or let's just go back to last year. What was your post Streamathon? What did the post Streamathon look like, as far as just kind of going through all the messages, reaching out to everyone, and just getting your rest? Like, how pumped were you at the end of those years?
Okay, I can honestly say year number 1, I was so pumped up that I couldn't really go to sleep right away, but I still had to work on Monday. So that was a lesson learned, because I was dragging, and it kind of screwed me up for a couple days. Sure. Okay. So then last year I knew, okay, you're going to have to wind down. And I took Monday off because then I just laid out. This year, I'm actually working Monday because I'm taking like the end of the week off. And so I'm going to do my best to like.
Well, I am.
I'm gonna try, but it's actually amazing. Addie made it. It's actually amazing because it feels different this year. I think I'm gonna be able to go to sleep, and I think I'll get to the messages and things in time because it's really not about me, and I just kind of feel like the work is done, and I can just go to sleep. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. Where I think in the years past, I was just like taking in just the accomplishment and feeling like I did it, and it was more of a thing that I achieved. And this year, it's not. This year, it's not. So I think I'm going to be able to actually just rest and go to sleep, knowing that we did this, and that's a beautiful thing. So I want to give my cousin Christina an opportunity to say hey and actually pour some hope and love and wisdom or just thoughts, because I'm so glad to see you join here.
Yeah, it was so funny because yesterday Dominic, my youngest son, he's 10, he was so pumped to see you start this. Like, it was so sweet. And he said, Mom, why does she do this? And right at that moment you explained why you were doing this. So cool for my little 10-year-old boy to see you getting on to stay up overnight to share your message to people and bring all these other people on. And I'm so tired right now, but I don't care. I'm so excited to see you, and I'm like, I'm gonna get on here. Why not? It's just so neat for me to say that you're my cousin, because look at you. Like, look how many people you touch daily. To me, it's just like that's my cousin. I'm so proud of you. And you've helped me in my life many times. I know you know, Gina, same with you. But hearing all these people, oh, hey, look who's there. Good morning.
It's no hashtag replay.
I'm late. I'm late. She said 9:30, but I'm still a Hawaiian, so Hawaiians are never late, ever.
No, but honestly,
You're turning Latino.
No, that's Hawaiian.
Is he on Mexican time?
No, Mex-Hawaiian.
Okay, we're gonna let Christina finish what she was saying. Well, who did I have jump on?
I just wanted to say no, thank you for sharing all of this with people all over, because the messages that all of these your guests have shared have really obviously helped people. Like, sometimes you can't hear the message, or maybe you're not in the place to hear the message, and maybe today was the day for them to hear it and say, hey, I've got hope. I can do this. So it's awesome. You're awesome. And I love you.
Love you. Love you. Love you too.
Love you.
Love you too. Love you guys. And so we've got Diana back. Diana, for those of you that missed it, she was on at 5 this morning because she's joining us from South Africa.
Wow.
Hello, beautiful.
Good afternoon. I just felt, you know what, opportunity to come back and above to say thank you. Bomb rescue team, as a rescue team, to rescue Helena, to make sure that she achieved this. We are a I felt I can't miss this opportunity to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so at this moment, I want to allow the time to go to my husband. Who,
I'm the caboose. I am the bottom of the totem pole, but remember, I am the strength behind that totem pole.
and that wasn't put at the caboose to be the bottom of the totem pole. That was to bring me into the final home stretch.
Oh, she's been waiting for me. She's been waiting for me all this time.
Yes.
I'm the last guest. No, you know what? Thank you, all of you, for supporting her. She is amazing. God is good every day. Can I even imagine what he was thinking when he grabbed me from all the way from almost 6,000 miles away and put me in her life? But there was a reason for it, and I'm without a doubt grateful, because we have a common cause, and that is hope, helping one person every day. For me, it's random acts of kindness. It's reaching out to those that are less fortunate in many ways. It's picking up a piece of trash. It's doing a good deed. It's just sharing the aloha. And I'm grateful that I have an amazing wife that hopefully will be able to go to sleep if she hasn't drank too many coffee and too many power drinks or whatever. Because I bought her a few, so hopefully she didn't OD.
I
And she's
only
gonna be able.
drank one.
She's only gonna be able to go to. She's gonna. Well, I came back and made another fresh pot of coffee for you too, because the other one was pretty old. But the bottom line is, you're amazing, Elena, and it's nice that you get the recognition, and do not allow yourself to be so humble. Always humble, but do not allow yourself to be so humble that you can't accept the love that is coming back to you, full cycle, from what you have given out.
That's heavy.
That's
heavy.
real. Okay, and I'm blessed. I love
And one of the things that I wanted to actually talk about with us is that hope for those out there that feel that perfect partner is not, it's not going to happen for them, or they're never going to find that one, or because we have a message to share behind that. And I think sometimes when you, again, take yourself out of it, not just in the things that you want to take yourself out of, not just in the things that you pick and choose that, God, I got this one, but I'll give you that one. No, it's complete surrender. And I knew immediately when I saw you on screen for the very first time, that's my dear future husband. He just doesn't know it yet.
No, I didn't. So let me jump in on that, because this whole 24-hour thing has been about hope and faith and love. Okay. And you prayed as a widow. I prayed as a widower. And to give some insight, both of us lost our significant others on Christmas Eve, 2018, 2024.
2022.
Excuse me, 2022. And it started off with coincidence, but as the thing started coming on us, we began to realize that it was without a doubt divine intervention. It was God at his highest level, bringing two souls together that complete each other. And I say that a lot to you. I'm going to start getting teary-eyed here. You complete me in every way, as I complete you in many ways. Many ways we're still working on. But the faith that we had in our God, your God, my creator, who I choose to call God, because there's only one creator. He just happens to have many names. And look at you over here. Me too. And so, I had things in my life that I did that I needed, not I wanted, I needed. So that's what people have to understand. God will make you wait for the wants, because he's not going to give you what you want. Because if you're looking for what you want, you're never going to get it. It's when that want turns into a need that God will do what God does and give you what he believes you need for your future. Not your past, because your past is gone. Your future. And God gave me you for a reason. And vice versa. But I got to say this. You got to believe, man. You got to believe. You got to believe. And not only do you have to believe, you have to believe in the blessings. If you don't understand the blessings that are coming through you, you need to work on it a little bit more. Because the blessings, and I got to tell everybody that's listening here, from the day that this woman accepted my friendship on Facebook, I landed on the island of Oahu. I had almost died prior to that. Seriously, almost died. And God brought me back to the island to be with my family and great grandchildren. And when I landed, she friended me on the 16th. That's why we got married on the 16th. On the 16th, she friended me. And ever since that moment, I have had nothing but blessings in my life that I prayed for. True story. Even as of yesterday, when I moved here, I've been here 2 weeks. And the blessings that continue to come through me, the moves that were made for me to be able to live here comfortably were made. And I praise God. I say thank you every day. I pick up my new car tomorrow. It's another thing I needed. I didn't want. Okay. I wanted to get around, but I needed to get around so I can maybe start coaching again, maybe start umpiring again here, maybe start doing the things that I love to do as my wife is doing the things that she loves to do, and we support each other. So yes, believe in the thing. They don't just come through you. They come to you. And if you don't believe in what's coming to you, then you're going to miss it. You got to believe.
Yeah.
When you believe and it comes through you, there's no better feeling than knowing that God has given you a gift.
Yeah. And we really haven't shared this piece of, and this is why I knew I wanted to keep you at the caboose.
I like the bottom of the totem pole more because that's the bait.
But here's the thing. For those of you, I don't know if you remember me writing to my dear future husband. And I started writing to dear future husband in 2019. And I hashtagged it 2024. Back in 2019, I knew 2024 was the year I would be married. I would be married. I knew that we would be married in 2024. And it was, those of you that know my focus board and all of this, it was the end of 2022 when I'm starting to prepare going into 2023, and I felt him near. It was almost like God was preparing me and telling me, I felt his presence near, that I knew I had to start working on myself to be ready. And for people that are out there that want to find that significant other, or for people that want that relationship, are you preparing yourself? Because it's not about the other person. It's about who do you need to be? Who are you choosing to be for that person? It's not about what that person is for you. It's, are you who you need to be for the person God says? And so I knew, I could just feel it. And so I put him on my focus board with a blank face. He didn't have a face, but there was an engagement ring. There was a beach and ocean wedding, and this blank face.
Well, you still rejected the fact that God was telling you were going to be married. And I mean, let's throw that in there, because you were like, no, I'm good. I don't need to. I'm focused.
Oh yeah,
I'm doing what I
still had
want
a
to
little while, but I could feel it. I could feel it near. That's why exactly when I met you, no, I was still good. I convinced myself that I didn't really need anybody, but I knew God said 2024, so I thought I still had some time. But then I see you on Zoom, and I'm like, what the heck? It's like a magnet. It's like, it was like that an electrical current. I can't even describe it, but it was just like, I remember telling Gina, if she's still on here, in Texas, when our cousin passed away, I remember showing her this picture, and I'm like, I don't even know what it is about this guy, but there's something about him. And that's what it was. And so for those, as we're talking on hope and we're talking on love, that if you're in that place of loneliness, and if you feel like, God, I want somebody in my life, you've got to do the work on you. You've got to let God pick the person, because chances are when we do it ourselves, we don't really do that good of a job. Let's be honest. We don't really do that good of, or maybe I'm just speaking for myself. But
Well,
when I
yeah,
stepped,
because I want to add to that when you're ready because it's true. So keep going. You speak on yourself.
well, yeah, and I just said, I had to just step out of it, and so had I not known that that's what God was laying in front of me, I'd have missed it because it didn't look like I thought. I didn't think he was going to be over 5,000 miles away. I didn't think he was going to be almost 20 years older than me. Like those weren't on my checklists. Okay. But God knew. And what I would have missed had I thought I know better. And
Well,
that's the message.
let's take us through the very first meeting, okay? Of how this went down. We had been talking together, chatting back and forth. Matter of fact, she got sick, and I sent her a bowl of menudo soup with the steam, a virtual bowl of menudo soup. She had gotten COVID, and she was locked in her room, and her son's locked in her room, and they were sliding notes under her door because they didn't want to mess with her being sick. And I became her medical assistant.
I'm like, what's he know about menudo?
And so I sent her a virtual bowl with the steam coming up of menudo soup. And I wasn't, and I told her, I'm not hitting on you. No, this is true. I'm not hitting on you. I'm looking for friendship. I'm lonely. Okay. And I think she could relate, even though she's really busy and all that. There's still loneliness in your heart. There's still a spot in there. There always will be, because that's what God gave love for. And so we met for the very first time on the 16th of February, 2023. Physically, she drove all the way from Fort Wayne to St. Louis. I was in a 4-day event for my group, BTBY, Be the Best You Can Be by Overcoming Your Challenges. And she came there for 4 days. And the very first time I came out, we met in the parking structure. She actually had to do a double take. I'm being honest with y'all. She had to actually do a double take where she looked at me, she gave me a hug, and then she pushed me back, not like shoved me, but pushed me back so she could get another double take of what she actually is now in front of. That 68-year-old man, 5,667 miles away with a 6-hour time difference. And that's what we had, other than that 4-day event. And this is where it gets serious. I knew, there was no doubt in my mind, I knew that I had just been given a blessing physically, because she took the time to come and visit me for a 7-hour drive to spend 4 days with an event with me. And it did not take us long to have conversation. And I looked at her and she looked at me, and I said straight up, this is where the years of experience of relationships for me on my side, because I had many. I had a 22-year marriage, 23 years together, and we never talked. We didn't communicate. We existed, raising a child. That's what we did until she turned 19, and I decided I had had enough. I looked at her straight up and I said, if we can't talk, I walk. Just like that, straight up. Because if we cannot communicate, and I mean everything, anything and everything, then this relationship will never work, because I'm not going to go through that again. And you know what? From that day on, it may take a minute for us to get it up, but we find a way to have that conversation, any topic. I hope everybody's listening, because this is number one on your list. This should be number one on your list. You can't love if you can't talk. You can't survive if you don't get along. Okay? And I saw this woman to be mine for the rest of my life in unconditional love. And that's what Elena and I share, because God has given us that blessing. That's the story.
That's the story.
and here I am out in front of her house in her car.
Oh, you are? You're in front of the house?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. There you are.
I was gonna stay at home, and I said, "Nah." I went and got coffee and got some gas, and I said, "Nah, I think I got some time to go." Be comfortable. Nah, you're gonna go in her driveway, park, have conversation, and then go and see how long it's gonna take for her to go to sleep and what the rest of your day is gonna look like.
All right. All right. So we are down to 10 minutes. And so those of you that are still on here, last words for Christmas in July, 3rd annual Streamathon. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, ladies first.
Addie.
I'm a gentleman. I am.
Good morning. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Good morning, everybody. Blessings. Actually, I should be saying Grand Rising. I'm trying to switch from good morning to Grand Rising because we rise, we don't mourn. And when we mourn, we feel loss. And yeah, we feel loss. So own it and let it be. I have been rained upon blessings after blessings after blessings. What I'm really looking for is monetary blessings so I could pay my debts. As soon as I'm paid my debts, I know I'm going to be as free can be. But I'm almost there. I'm 3 feet away from rose gold. 3 feet away from rose gold. I can't tell you enough how blessed I am to be with that woman up there in that corner named Nikki Cuesta. She has changed my life completely. But I made the commitment. So we changed it together because she's still rolling and she's not taking any prisoners. You either jump on board or you miss the train. And I'm not missing this train. I don't want to anymore. I've been jumping in and out because I've been traveling and I'm finally back home in Puerto Rico. But I took a chance. I took a big risk and it's paying off because I am now working at a not-for-profit that works with industrial hemp, that is educating people on food waste, compost. I had so many great experiences. I can't wait to share it with my groups, Ladies of Leadership. To speak on love, 2020, my birth mother was, she was in a hospital and she got COVID from her nurse. Her state was very weak and eventually she passed away. August 6th will be her 4-year anniversary. We weren't close. That's another story. And when I did that, I came to Puerto Rico in 2021 for her 1-year anniversary, all by myself. None of my brothers and sisters came with me. And I had gone to the beach that Saturday morning. And I was preparing myself 2 years before that for a boyfriend. The letter to your future husband, I made sure that I prepared myself to receive a boyfriend because I had done the work on me. I had recovered from a narcissistic marriage and I lost myself and I was ready to receive someone because I wasn't going to be acceptable to somebody else. The way I was a wreck. And that morning I walked into the ocean and I said, I'm ready. I'm so ready. And can you believe it's going to be 3 years that we're together in August?
Congratulations.
And he's been an amazing person. He's been a different person. I've been a different person for him. I just met his mom this week. I met his sister. It was amazing. I had so much love, but I know that I was a different person because of what I did to be able to allow that in my life, to allow love in my life. So yes, you have to prepare yourself. If you are not in love with yourself, your cup will not floweth and roll over to somebody else. You have to fill your cup. Being self-loved is not conceited anymore. It's not considered that anymore. It's not
No, it has to
egotistical
start
anymore.
there.
That's a different stage. That's a different way of feeling. So yes, you have to prepare yourself. And yes, you guys were in tune together in the same atmosphere because you called to each other, and look how happy you are saying your story and telling others there is hope for that loneliness that somebody feels. Of course you feel lonely. Yeah, I want to be the one that says I don't need nobody. I said that a lot. There was a song that says I don't need no love, no, I don't need, and I kept singing that song. And the more I sang that song, the further love was getting from me, until I stopped singing that song, until I started seeing myself as a different person. And I prepared myself. I even told my sister, I'm preparing myself for my future husband, my future boyfriend. And she goes, "Tú eres loca, nena. Tú eres loca." I said, no, no, no. I'm not crazy. Trust me. And right now, my sister's looking at me like, what was it that you did before?
I
Because I
love
spent some
it.
time
Thank
with her as
you.
well when I was in
Yes.
Florida. So,
Yes.
oh my God, it was
Thank
just
you. Thank
amazing.
you.
Thank you so much. Elena, I want you to keep doing this over and over and over. I love you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
I love you too, beautiful. Thank you. Ivy, did you have your hand up?
I did. Just two things that come to me with regard to hope as we close out. So, with regard to love, I remember when I was younger, my mom would ask me, "When are you going to find the one? You go through boyfriends like I go through underwear." And I'm like, "Mom, I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to settle. I'll know it when he shows up. I don't know." And I find like stupid little things like, "Oh my God, his feet are too big. I can't. I break up." But that's when you're immature, kind of thing. My hubby now, one of the things that I knew was kind of like a light bulb was he said he had done a retreat in Italy, a yoga retreat. And I was like, and it just showed me and told me that he was deep, because I didn't know what the thing was. So for anyone out there, it's like you can't find the one. And it's not about the one. It's, you have to love yourself fully first. But that's the hope thing. You keep on trying, and you'll know when you find that person. And just like Charles said, you have to have communication. Oh my God. And laughter. And laughter. We talk, we laugh.
Lord.
That's awesome. You have to laugh. And then the other thing, shoot, I forgot. It doesn't matter. I guess love was the thing that I needed to say. You'll know. You just keep on in your heart. Just know that there's someone out there for you, and do not settle. If someone makes you feel like less than, makes you feel like when you speak, you don't have a say or anything. If you just have that feeling, I tell my daughter, she's 11 years old, pay attention to your feeling, because if anyone makes you feel like, ooh, that didn't feel good, that's a sign. That's a sign.
Yep.
You either move on, you stay away, or whatever. You'll know when you find that person, and just keep on the hope. Just keep the hope alive. Okay, I'll move on.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Nikki, any last words, my friend?
Yes, beautiful. This has been absolutely amazing. Thank you for jumping on, Charles. That is a writer downer. You can't love if you can't talk. I am all about open communication, but that's what any and all relationships, whether it's business partners, whether it is mother, daughter, son, father, all those things, like we have to be able to communicate, open our mouths, tell each other what we're looking for, what we need, what we desire, have that open communication. This has been phenomenal. The hope has always been for your mission is that someone is given that dose of hope. And let me tell you, I think we are probably overdosing in this hope, because there is more to life than just waking up. And I love, if people know me, the last thing I say every single day when I send a message or even a happy birthday, I hope your day is filled with love and laughs, because boy, life can be crazy sometimes, but if you could add some love and laugh, it'll be a whole lot easier to get through it all. And thank you for giving us hope to continue our missions in life. You're the bomb.
Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. And
Merry
we
Christmas.
are there. Merry Christmas. Charles, you have any last words?
Me not talk. Okay, so we've touched on a lot of things, and hope was always on my mind because that's what this whole 24 hours plus, because we're on the plus side of 24 hours now, was all about. Helping one person every day. Okay. And what better way to do that than having this 24-hour where you brought in over 60 people and they told their stories, many stories, different stories that touched many people's lives. Helping one person, you helped a lot of persons in these 24 hours. Okay. But helping one person every day is something that needs to be recognized in everyone's life. Help one. Like with me, I pick up one piece of trash and I do one good deed. I don't care if it's just opening a door or smiling at somebody every single day. Because if everybody on the face of this planet would do that, one piece of trash and one good deed, we would be a happier, healthier world. We would. And so with that being said, I've always has this song on my mind that I'm going to end with, because the world needs this. The world needs hope. The world needs love. The world needs compassion, and it needs understanding. Why? What the world needs now is love. Sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. So go out there and spread that hope, helping one person every day. And my beautiful wife, as I'm starting to tear up and having that moment, I love you. And I'm so grateful to God that He brought you into my life. Thank you.
Love you, sweetheart. And we did it, folks. Woo! 3rd annual Christmas in July 24-hour live streamathon is wrapped up and in the books, and you guys made it absolutely amazing. I think I cried more this year than any year, and we did it. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone for your time, your patience, your understanding, your commitment, your message, and just pouring into the global impact that we made in these 24 hours. It's beautiful, and God is smiling.
You might have to do 48 next year. You're going to have a whole lot of people that want to come on.
And we'll do it. And we'll do it too. So I
But when
love
she
you guys.
does the 48, Charles, she's gonna have to need a co-host. So
Oh, yeah,
you're gonna have to sit next to her.
Or co-host every 8 hours.
So
you both are gonna have to do this.
Who do I have there in the chat? Who's still with us? There's only like 8 or 9 people.
Gina.
Anybody
Gina?
in there, throw some hearts up there. Come on, throw some hearts up there. Throw some crowns. Throw some hearts.
But we did it, guys. We did it. And it's just absolutely amazing to see what God is doing in our lives, because ultimately He has taken the reins. He has taken control. And I am just here as a vessel to do the work. And it's just beautiful. And that's all I'm going to say. So I love you. I am signing off so that I can go wind it down, and love you guys. Thank you.
Love you back.
And all I'm going to do is end. I'm going to play the video that shows who our speakers were one more time this year, because without you guys, it wouldn't have even happened. So here we go.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank
Who we hope. Who we hope. That's how we meet again.
Aloha.